Let's do it. Let's jump in. 131 solved. That feels like a big number. It also feels, and I don't know if this is accurate, but it feels like there is room on that box to indicate more than just the number of puzzles that I have solved. Meta puzzles? Do meta puzzles exist somewhere in this game? Something meta-ish about the puzzles that are available? Perhaps. Perhaps. Some other counter. Some other thing that can be counted. What is this? Is it a beam of light coming out of the crack in the sidewalk? That's very odd. Makes me wonder if maybe... maybe there's something shining up from underneath the sidewalk. Oh, you bastards. It's a 5. Fantastic. What a great way to start the day. All right, cool. Let's go. All right, that's a thing for sure. There's 3 of them. So 3 regions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 symbols in each region. So like this could be, for example, something like that. Just, you know, as an example. It's probably not, but it could be. Each region contains exactly 1 of each symbol. This and this has to be different region. This and this has to be different region. But there are 3 regions. Whatever this is, this has to be a different region also. Right? From that one. Let's see. This can't take this or this and needs 1 of each other thing. Interesting. Ah, how do I start this? This is interesting also, surrounded on both sides by the diamond here. So one of these diamonds belongs to this. Presumably one of the diamonds belongs... Presumably, that's a thing. And that's a thing. Presumably. Right? Like, that seems realistic? That seems like an okay place to start from. These squares, located where they are also interesting. So for this square to grab other shapes, it needs a place to come down, and it can't go through this circle down here because it runs into this other circle, and it can't go through any of these squares. So it must connect like all the way out here. It must be part of this thing. And then this can just like go around the edge. Something like that. And then it needs a circle, so it either it grabs one of these 2, probably this one. Could even do that. And then this could be part of this with this square. This needs to do that, I think, if it's going to be part of this square, right? So grab that connection as well. And then, can this grab everything else? Oh, no. This and that can't be connected. So this needs a different square, probably this one. Which means this needs a different square, and it can't be that one if it's going to keep this triangle. Trixie! Okay, so this needs exactly this square, I think. Oops. Which means this needs to do something different. This is really interesting here, this triangle. Like, we want to do that, I think? And then we can do this, but now this and this need to be something different, right? this is real tough because I'm working backwards rather than working forwards. So I keep having to fill in like a lot of information and then delete it. And I'm not sure what needs to be kept in any given situation. Like, I feel good about sort of this outer edge thing that I'm doing here, but not like super good. Yeah, this is the problem here. So maybe this wraps around? So this takes this. Oh god. Yeah, this can't be part of this one. And for this to be part of this, it can't go through here or here. It can go through here, but then this would be trapped, right? If it did. If it went around like that. Oh. No, this can't go through here either. Can't go through here. Can't grab this square. It can just be this square. That's still legal. But now it can't go left, and it can't grab this. Well, it can grab this, it just can't go through this space now. Like, this still checks out, but then this needs to go somewhere. Actually, this probably doesn't grab that. I think it grabs this, right? So it grabs that, and it grabs this. Does this work? This still needs a circle, and it can't grab this one because it can't go through this space. So if it wants this circle, it's literally impossible to get this circle for this square. Assuming, like, it's connected in this way. This needs a triangle, which fine, and a circle. Is there a way for it to grab this circle? I guess if it doesn't grab that triangle, it could do this. Wait, is this just it? Is this just the puzzle? Yo! I hate working backwards like this. Like, it feels like there's so many... There's so many... There's so much information that I'm missing every time I make a mistake. Working backwards from what I think the solution should be. But this particular puzzle, the way it's constrained, it was really hard to figure out how to work forward from, like, individual logic things. It's a neat one, though. And, as it turns out, there was one more puzzle in this region. So now we have +4 here. Alright, so I need to be on the lookout for random sunbeams, is what I'm hearing. Wow. That was a very sneakily hidden puzzle. Boy, this game is serious business about hiding those puzzles. How are you doing? You're not even gold yet! Because I just abandoned this region. I moved forward. I was like, show me new rules. Desperate for new rules. Wonder how I get up here. The one thing that I feel like is kind of missing in this game is an understanding of how unlocks work. Like, I can see that this is locked, and makes sense that you would need to, like, unlock the chain of puzzles going up to it, right? If I wanted to get through here and into this section. But it's not, like, you know, over here, right? This is locked. But at this point, it's not clear why this is locked. Because the main puzzle area here is all open. And for the most part, you don't need to gold stuff, right? So this being complete, let alone silver, should be enough to unlock whatever next section is past it. Unless it requires more windows total. Right? So it might be that this doesn't unlock until I complete some other windows in this area. Yo, random stuff down in the undersection here. Oh my god, there's so much world. There's so much world down here. What section do these puzzles belong in? Are these puzzles part of this section? Oh. Okay, now I kind of want to follow this along just to see if it actually unlocks those puzzles. There's also the, like, if I complete another window, will that unlock a deeper section? Which is kind of what I'm in for. There are more sneakily hidden puzzles out here? Probably. Almost assuredly. Alright. I can, if I want, continue solving puzzles here in gold this particular window. Oh, there's a 5. Well, alright then. Precision. All regions must have an area of exactly 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So 3 different regions. Is this allowed? Oh, no, because it's a wall. Okay, so this region could be the same as this region, right? It could do it this way, and then this is like the same, whatever the same is, because this needs different ones. Again, they don't all need to be different, just whatever's in here needs to be different from the thing that is touching both of these sides, which probably is that, if I had to guess. And I suspect this is something like that. So if we do that, does that work? Does that get me where I want to get to? No, there's no way, because this needs that, and then this doesn't have any of that to get through. What if I do it this way? Then these need to be the same. How do these... Oh, if it's like this, actually, that kind of works. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can that be how this is shaped? If this... 1, 2, 3... This would need to go in here, right? 2, 3, 4... And then 1 up, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This needs to be like 1 longer and then go in for this to connect. Oh, but this shape and this doesn't work, right? This can't be into here the same way. So whatever's going on here... I know. Don't worry about it. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this region, if this touches this, this can't be the same as this. So actually, whatever this is can't go all the way down to here. I guess maybe it could do this. And then this is different. But then this and... no, if it's all 3 different regions here, That definitely doesn't work. What's up, Sainiku? Hell yeah, we're playing puzzles. So I think that this needs to be the same as whatever this is. But whatever this is can't then extend to one of these. Or if it does, whatever this region is, I guess this could be in, like, 2 of these. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then this could be something separate. Or this could be in here, and then this could be something different from this. As long as this and this match up. This actually seems like it works. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these two now match? Hey, great, great. Good call, Sainiku. A man cannot subsist off of sweetened coffee drinks alone. Cool. Cool. Alright, I think that's all the 5s and ups in this region, although I bet there's more that are hiding in weird, mysterious places that I haven't spotted yet. Yup, like that one. Not the overworld you were expecting. Fair. Precision, 5. All regions must have an area of exactly 5. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 12 different regions. And then all of these regions are the same, except this one and this one are different. Which is awkward. Because this one is the same as this one, 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 is the same as this one. But this doesn't necessarily, this can't be the same, actually. That's required. Which means this is going to have to extend to one of these, maybe both of these. And then these, whatever is in here and here, need to be different from this. Oh. This needs to be the same as this, and this needs to be different from that. So actually, that's required. It kind of feels like it wants to do that. And now this needs to be different from whatever shape this is. This could also do... Because these two need to be the same region. And that can be rotated or mirrored or whatever. But if I do this, there's no way for them to be the same. So it has to be that, which means that. So this is required. This is required. And then this has to be not this. So all of these regions need to be not this. Which I guess is going to be that. Because then I could do that, and I could do that. And this is 10, so I can figure out whatever goes in here, whatever. And then this would need to do... How would this be legal with this shape? Because I can't do that, because that leaves this trapped. Or that. And if I go down, I can't do that, or that. So this shape doesn't actually work like this. I could do it this way. And then, but then there's no way for that shape to fit in this position. So that doesn't work either. This doesn't necessarily need to be part of this. So this could just be, it can't be a 5i, and it can't be this shape. So if it's 4 in a row, maybe it's like that, actually. No, that doesn't work. Yeah, it really kind of feels like it needs to be like that. Oh, but then maybe I do it like this, and then this? No. Maybe I do it like this. Ah, that doesn't work either. Yeah, this would need to go in here in order to make this 10. But then the rest of this doesn't work out because it has these two kind of on its own. Let's see. There is a world in which this could be something like this. Like this 5. But then I need this to work out. And that doesn't when it's blocked off like this, right? Alright, what if it doesn't connect to this? Right? Then we have that comes out to here and does what? It can't do this. Because it can't match these. Can't do this. Because then there's no way for this to match. Which means it just can't come out here. Yeah, the T doesn't work because there's no way for this to match. And if it doesn't grab that, that has to be 4 in a row. And it can't be to the side, and it can't be down. Which makes me wonder if maybe this shape is wrong? Alright, let's start over. These need to be different. This is guaranteed. So this needs to be part of a 5 and come out. This needs to be part of a 5 and come out. So that happens also. These are separate. This can't go to here, so it needs to come out to here. This also needs to come out. This needs 2 more spots, and it, again, cannot touch this because of the difference in shapes here. So it has to come out to here, so that has to come out to here. So this has 2 possible shapes it could be. It could be the Z, tall Z. What were we calling this? Z? I think we were calling this tall... I don't know, there was some regional gimmick that we were doing last time I streamed this, and I don't remember. Anyway, we're going to call this Tall Z. It's definitely not Rhode Island Z or Cleveland Z. But it could be Canadian Z. Which I guess would be Z. Or it could do this, right? If it's this, how does this shape match that? And I think the answer is it can't. So I think this has to do this. It just has to be this shape. And now we need to figure out some other shape for the rest of these to be. So this can't be 5, because this would need to be 5. It can't be 4 and then coming out, because that would match this, so that's illegal. It can be 4 like this. This is kind of what I was working with originally. But this ends up being problematic over here. Well, let's try some other things now. This can happen. This would have to do something like this, I think. And this would have to be 4 down. Like, there's no way for this to be anything but 4 straight down. If we use this shape. Because it can't extend there. I mean, this could be 4 down, actually. Oh, no, if this is 4 down, then we have 11 here instead of 10. So this needs to be 4 across. And this needs to go into its space, like that. Yeah, I'm back to the same position I was in before. Of this not working. What if this goes there? And then this shape is like this. Oh, that works. That was the piece I needed. And then the rest of this doesn't matter. I just do whatever I want. Well, except that. Hell yeah. Oh boy, that was a lot to get together. That's very cool. All right. Maybe that's enough fives for now. Let's let's go back to the easy stuff. All right, polyominoes depict the shape of its region. So from here, it needs to come out and make a Z somehow. From here, it needs to come out and make a Z somehow. And that's got to be like that. That's the only Z that exists. This needs to be part of a region, so that's got to be that Z. This also needs to do that, so this needs to do that. This looks like a Z there. Done it. And this matches that, so then this goes here. Perfect. Fantastic work. All right, so this is, well, squares in the corner are easy. O's in the corner, very simple. O's in the corner, very simple. That restricts where this I can be. So the I has to be here. This I has to be here. So now we have I, O, and I. Oh, love it. Love it. That's pretty clear. This goes here. This goes here. So we just have an empty. Well, I don't like that that's allowed. I have no... I disapprove that this is okay in this rule set. Game, your rules are wrong. Please change them. But the example shows it. That doesn't mean I like it. All right, so there's a line here, which means that for sure. This cannot be this way, nor can it be this way. It can be this way, because then we can do this. That can be its own thing. This can be a 4. That can be its own thing. This can be that, and then... Sure. Sure. And then we need to work our way into this region to find out what the rule is over there. So I'll just keep going in that direction. Mingle shape. Neighboring regions must have different shapes. Oh. So this can't touch this, which means that has to be there. This needs to be the same color as that. There you go. Correct. Shape bank and mingle shape. Okay, so this has to be part of a 3. And anything touching this has to be part of an O. So this has to be part of an O. And anything touching this has to be part of a 3. So this has to be part of a 3, and it can't go left because it can't touch this 3. So down. And this has to be part of a 3. And then this has to 3, 3, so this has to be an O. Shape bank and mingle shape. Well, this is the 1, so this can't be a 1, so it has to be a 2. This can't be a 1 or a 2, so it has to be an O, which means this has to be the 2. And then this has to be a 1, and then a 2, and then a 1, and then a 2, and then a 1. All the way around the edge, just like that. All right, so this area is mingle shape rules. And this area is polyomino rules. Which of these am I more interested in continuing to solve? Oh, hey, look, it unlocked some of the ones down here. Including this bad boy. some of the ones down here. Not all of them. Yeah. This game is very cozy, Sainiku. It's so good. Very much enjoying this one so far. Well, I've done enough ones. Let's jump straight to a 5. Oh my god. Okay, well, okay, sure. Alright, so this is either like that, or the other way around, like that. Which in either case requires this. And then this needs to join up with one of these. And then we're either going down here, or we're going across here. Which restricts what we're doing here. Or restricts in the same way here. So what really makes the difference here is we're extending out to this region. Once we figured out what goes on in this region, then we can determine what else is happening. It's a bit of a meta call, but because this is open like this, it makes me think that this has to be like this, and then this can be a 1 on its own. So we could do something like this, which means that we do want to do this here, so that extends like that. And then we can have 3 and 3 and 3 and 1 and 1. This was a 5? Okay. Yeah, no problem. What does it take to unlock this bad boy? Alright, I guess I am committing to filling up this window. This one was a 12, but this is where we're at, I guess. Alright, let's finish this window and see if it unlocks a new region over here. Polyominoes. You don't need to place whole shapes at once. It can be useful to color an incomplete part of a shape. You mean like a 3 here, and a 3 here, and a 3 here without knowing where everything else connects? Ah, because that means this has to be part of a 3 and 3. And then this can't go up, so it has to go down, this has to go left, this has to go right. And then go this way, and this way, and this way, and this way. Committing to filling up this one. This is a Euro board game, then. I mean, it is very Euro-coded. Oh, I get promoted to the big screen? Fantastic. Thanks, Sainiku. I do appreciate the advice that they give you every once in a while. Okay. We have some O's to fill in. All right, well, we're going to start with the corner because that's the easiest. So this has to be this O, which means this is now in a corner. So it has to be this O, which means this is now in a corner. So it has to be this O, which means this is now in a... Okay, yeah, corner here, corner here. This isn't a corner, but is kind of cornered. So there and there. Now this is kind of cornered also. Now this one, now this one, now this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. And then we click all of the... is there a... Hold on. Hotkeys. Show me hotkeys. Because I can outline an individual shape with borders using shift-click, rather than needing to go and click each one of these individually. I can click all of the bigger regions individually? That's easier somehow? I don't know if that's easier. But it's also a way to resolve the last kind of sections. Paint bucket doesn't help. Okay. That's a 3. That's a Z. That's a corner. That's a U. That's an L. Excuse me. That way. That's an L that way. L, J, whatever. That's not open, because this isn't resolved yet. Alright, now we gotta go down into the well here. We need 4 more. I guess it doesn't need to be into the well. We can save the well for later and just take all 4 of these. And maybe this one. Oh. Okay, that can't be an F like this because it traps that. So maybe this is part of that one's F? Can both of these be part of the same? They can. Like that. And then like that. There we go. Oh, big boy. So that's not all the way across. It requires 10, so 5. So minimum these, but then it can either be like that, or it can be in one of the corners. But this is required. This can't go left, so this has to go down, so this has to go across, this has to go up. This has to also go up. Ah, which means this is now required. And then this is a 2 of some kind, and it doesn't matter where. It doesn't matter where? Let's make sure it doesn't interfere with this, shall we? Just in case. Just in case. This 3 cannot go right. Cannot go up. Cannot go left. Must go down. This is now a separate 3, so that has to go across. We got a 2 there, a 2 there, a 2 there. So this does need that. And then we fill in the ones. Excellent, excellent. That's a suspicious 2 amidst all of these O's. Do I just start filling in O's and seeing if it works? This is suspiciously empty here, right? So that's not exactly mirrored. This is more open. So if I start going up this way, what does that mean for me? I want to just fill stuff in now. I can just fill stuff in and it's fine. And because I went this one up, everything works out. Huh? Well, this is an extremely large variety of O's. Just look at all of these O's. So this one, maybe let's start here. We need to go at least 3 across, and it can't include this column, so it has to go to at least here. It's either 3 or 4 across, and then either 3 or 4 down. So minimum it's like this. Because we don't know if it's going to be 4 down or 3 down. And we don't know if it's going to be 4 across or 3 across. This now we know can't go left to right. So it has to go up and down. And the highest it can go is here. So it needs to go at least this far down. And cannot go any further down than that. So it has to go up to here. Which means this is now the O in the corner. We know what to do with O in the corner. When you get a new O, you'll know what to do. This one needs to be minimum 3 in both directions. So it has to go out to here. We don't know whether it needs to go up or down or anywhere else, but because of this distance, it needs to go out to there. This cannot be vertical. So it has to be horizontal. So at least that far. Might go to here, might go to here, unclear. Which means this has to go up. Oh, which means this has to be exactly here. So this has to be here. This has to be 3 this way, so 4 across. And the only way for this to be 4 across is that way. So now this is an O in the corner. For these 2 to work, it has to be like this and like this. And then we click the ones. And then we complete this polyomino. And then we click the ones. The order of effects, a little bit of ordering. I was drinking. The window just exploded at me. Anyway, I restored a window, but it still didn't unlock the next thing. So I guess we'll restore the next window. Are there any other window? Wow, this is bright. Why is this so bright? Why is this so bright? I guess because I have to go there for progression? Because I have to get the next window? That would make some amount of sense, especially if there was a feedback of like, oh, I don't know which puzzles to solve in order to get deeper into the game. It says I don't have to gold things, but I don't know where else to go. So it's like, okay, well, here's the next region that you have to get into. Okay, I would believe that. Are there any other uncompleted windows? Because I remember over here, there was like a little pedestal that told me I had to complete a certain amount of windows to progress, right? You may proceed as soon as 4 windows are complete. But then I don't have that same kind of feedback for any of these other locations. I don't know how many windows I need to complete in order to go any further in any given direction. Shape bank and polyomino. Fascinating. It's a 4. Well, I'm looking for progress rather than golds because I want to know what new rules are. But I wonder if I get deeper in, I'm going to be frustrated about going back for golds later. So maybe I want to do golds now while I'm, you know, still working with the rule set and still comfortable with like, this is what, you know, a more difficult version of this puzzle looks like. Eh. Yeah, I don't see any other windows that I have any progress made on. Which, like, doesn't necessarily mean anything. But alright, I will believe the tall pillar of teal light. Shape bank. So this can either go right or down, and this can either go left or right. Whatever this is, this needs to be a separate thing. This can either go left or down. If this goes right, then this is a separate thing. This is guaranteed here. But like that could be like this or like this. This cannot be 3 across here. But it can be an elbow here, or it can be an elbow here. Which means this is a separate thing. And is going to need that. And could potentially be like that. One of these 2 needs to grab this. One of these 2 needs to grab this. One of these 2 needs to grab this. One of these 2 needs to grab this? No, this could be its own separate thing, right? We could go like this and then like this. And then just fill in the hello. Oh, mingle shape! Mingle shape. Mingle shape. I understand now. So if I do this, this now has to be, can't be that. Has to be that. But now this has to be that, which is also illegal. So this has to be like that, which means elbow, which means I can't just call it a 3 because elbows are also 3s, but I'll say line. So this means elbow, this means line, this means elbow. Got it. And that unlocks the entirety of this region now. Well, other than the, you know, the ones that only unlock when I silver. Alright, well, let's complete a region. Mingle shape and polyomino. So this can't do this, because then it's touching this, which is illegal. So it's got to go like that. This, likewise, cannot go here, because it can't touch this, because mingle shape. So it's got to go up. This has to go across, and this has to then go in such a way that it's not touching. And then we fill in the extras. Great. Get filled in, extras. Mingle shape. Okay, so that means that anything that touches needs to be part of the same shape, right? These two cannot be part of different regions because of mingle shape. So they have to be part of the same shape. Likewise here, which probably looks like that. Likewise here, which probably looks like that. These probably look like that. And then this can look like that. And then we can fill in all of the extras. Micro line, mini line, line, chonky line. There does need to be distinct names for the shapes. I agree with that. And it also seems like anything that is either a square or a rectangle, I am going to refer to as an O of the various types. Which is a little bit difficult. Shape bank. Okay, this is a 1, so this is a 2, so this is a 1, so this is a 2, so these are 1s. So this is a 2. 2? 2? No, if this is a 2, these both have to be 1s, so that doesn't work. 2 like this could work. No, then these both have to be 1s. It has to be like this. So these are 1s. So this is a 2. So this is a 1. So this is a 2. There we go. Get resolved. Ones and threes. Ones and threes. In some order. Well, this has to be a 1 here. Because there's no way for the elbow to make it deeper in. Are y'all going up or down? Regardless of whether they go up or down, the next one in the line needs to be a 1, right? So then this needs to be an elbow of some kind that connects to this. So this needs to be a 1 here, because this can't be connected to that, so that has to go like that. Which means this needs to be an elbow. It can connect to there. No, it can't. So these two elbows can't connect to each other, which means they are like that. 1, 1, 1, 1, elbow, 1, elbow. Cannot go like this. Can do this. Can do this. Can do some of those. But can't be a 2 across here, because it can't go 1, 1. But anyway, this being a 1 means this is an elbow, which means these two can't touch here, so it goes like that. And then it's 1, 1, 1. Excuse me. 1. Not a 1. Part of an elbow. Changed my mind. Oh, okay. Completely blank slate, all T's and 1s. That's very interesting. All right, well, let's start drawing T's and see where and when it doesn't work out. Ah, now it doesn't work out. All right, well, can't do this. What if I start like this? Oh. Okay. So the other thing is I can't have this straight line against anything but a wall. So this is the only other way to make that work. That's actually really cool. That's actually really cool that this is a unique solution on a completely blank slate symmetrical board. That's pretty impressive, actually. Elbows and big bows. Big bows? Big elbows? Also mingle shape. This needs to be a big elbow. Can't touch this spot, so it goes around like that. This now needs to be little. This needs to be big. Which feels like it needs to do that, which works. Twos and threes. Twos and threes. That's a little difficult. Where do we start with these twos and threes? Can this be a 2? Maybe. Oh, we start here, because this needs to be filled in. So that's a 2. So every single spot touching this needs to be part of a 3. And these need to be the same 3, which means this has to go here and that has to go here. Now this needs to be a 3 and can't go up or down, so it has to go out like that. And this needs to be a 3 that can't go up or down, so it needs to go out like that. So we have 2s, 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 2s. This has to be part of a 2 and can't go right. So it's going there. And then we have elbows in the corner. You lost your week to this game. That checks out. Yeah, this game is very good. I have somehow gotten myself to a point where I can play a game on stream and not just be thinking about it for the entire rest of the week. And I don't know how I managed to mold my brain into this shape, because I do really just want to be playing more of this game. I think actually my solution to this was find random Sudokus to do when I'm not playing this game, because I've definitely been in a mood to do puzzle games, and I would love to just be playing this game for all of the time. But, well, here we are. I have definitely had this Whoa, excuse me? Hello? 6? Ladies and gentlemen, we got big numbers. This region is presenting me a big number. Alright, let's see what a 6 looks like. Looks like a disaster is what it looks like. Alright, well, each of these is their own region for sure. This is real interesting. So this either goes that way, or it goes that way. What does that mean for me? Within these regions, we are limited. Within these, like, sub-squares, we are a little bit limited. This could be up, middle, down, or across, or further across. But the corners are the most restricted. Oh, they can't touch because of mingle shape. So this can't be like that. It can't touch this. So it can do this, and it can do this, but it can't do this, can't do this. So each one of these corners, each one of these, regardless of whether they're in the corner or not, is the center of a 3, either horizontal or vertical. And they have to be tiled. They can't be horizontal, horizontal, horizontal. If this is horizontal, this has to be vertical. right? So if this is horizontal, this has to be vertical. This has to be horizontal. This has to be vertical. This has to be horizontal. Vertical. Horizontal, vertical, horizontal, right? Like, we have to do this to start. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And then everything else gets filled in with either 2s or 1s. The whole rest of the puzzle. And they have to be tiled, right? So, like, this can't be 2. This can be 2, 1, 2. It can't be 1, 2, 1, 1. Because they, again, have to alternate. So it has to be 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. The squares are interesting. Because they have to be kitty corner, right? It has to be like 1, 1, 2, 2. Or the opposite, 1, oh. No, this has to be exactly 1, 1, 2, 2. Ah, this is where we start. This has to be exactly 1, 1, 2, 2. But that doesn't necessarily dictate the orientation of the 3s, does it? Because it can be this way with the horizontal 2s. Or it can be vertical 2s. Right? And dictate that. Like, this still can go either way, but it does dictate. Oh, does this work? This is now 2, 1, 2? Yes, that does work. But this is now 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1. This is working. Oh, no, it's not working. This is 1 here and there. So this doesn't work, which means my initial guess was correct, and we have to do exactly this. And then we can figure out the rest of it. This is a 1. So it's 2, 1, 2. This is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 2 here. This 1 here means 2 here. Which means 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1 and 3, so this is a 2. 2 and 3, so this is a 1. 2, 1, 2. This 1 and 3, this is now a 2. Cannot go down, has to go across. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah! Yeah! Ah, cool. That's satisfying. That's real satisfying. Whoa! I restored the mingle shape window. Good for me. Okay, so does that open doors into new regions? It sure does. Here and here. I don't know if these are all the same regions. My guess is they're not, but I don't know what regions they are. Well, let's start off with the 1 and see what the new rule is. You like the puzzles that have that feeling of a difficult break-in followed by a victory lap of filling everything in? Yeah, that's pretty cool. I prefer the puzzles that at each step have a logical, like, this restricts this followed by this restricts this. Like, I don't care how easy or difficult it is to break in. I just like having, like, the fill-in process here is kind of what I'm looking for, but that also feels a little bit like busy work. Like, I want each step to be a deduction, is what I want. And some of these puzzles work that way. Most of them don't. I found that a lot more often, actually, with logic grids in Islands of Insight than I am with these puzzles. Because these puzzles, very, very frequently, you just kind of have to draw the rest of the owl. Is how it feels like to me. This is precision and mingle shape. Oh my god. Okay. Well, this is 3. This is 3. This has to go this way then. So this can't go that way, has to go across. Sure. 1, 2, 3. Cannot go left. Might go right, might go up. This is 1, 2, 3, and cannot be an I, so must be an L. If this goes up, it seals this off, so it has to go right. This cannot be an I or an L, so it has to be a Z, and then we'll O it. It's usually possible to fill in by incremental deduction, often easier to just see the answer. And that's been happening to me a couple of times, where it's like, I don't actually see how to logically determine what the next step is, but I definitely see the solution. That has happened to me more often than not. Okay, so that's this window. Is all of this stuff part of that same window? You. Ooh, okay. So this is a capstone region. It's bringing in all of the different shapes. Or, not shapes, things. All of the different, you know. Rules is what I wanted to say. Okay, so this needs to be part of this, like, plus t. Plus and t. T plus. And it needs to include a large variety of shapes. There's no way for this to reach both of these. So I guess it has to include all of these? No. It has to include... It has to be like this, actually. Yup, that's the puzzle. That is indeed the puzzle. Correct. You've got it. You figured it out. Okay. We see anything suspicious down here? I think I see a lot of suspicious things down there. Not that I can actually interact with any of them, though. But they are all very suspicious. Precision. Precision and mingle shape. Okay. This can touch. These two need to be part of the same region, right? So we need to do that. So that has to do that. And this cannot... We can't leave this empty. So this has to go up to here. Likewise, can't leave this empty. So that has to go up to here, which means just doing that. And now we have to fill in the rest of the 4s under mingle shape rules. So this can't be a T here. Which means it has to go out to here, and then either up or across. Across blocks off 2, so it has to go up. Which would be illegal. Which means it has to be a Z. Then I can get an I here. This still can't be a T here, but it can be a T here. And then we can get another L here, and then an I. Perfect. Precision polyomino. But they don't need to touch necessarily. Like, these two don't necessarily need to be part of the same O. Except for the fact that they definitely need to be part of the same O. You know, if it weren't for the fact that they needed to be part of the same O, they wouldn't need to be part of the same O. Which I trust you, the viewer, to understand that statement. This definitely goes across to here. This is just a 4 like that. This is an interesting location for a T. This is an interesting location for an L. Could be 2 that way, or 2 that way, or 2 that way. Cannot be 2 that way, because that would fill this in as an empty. So, cannot be 2 that way, because that would fill these 2 in. And they need to be 4s. So this has to be exactly that. Which definitely reads O to me over here. And there's no mingle shape rules, so things can touch however they want. This cannot be all the way across, so it has to at least go to there, which means this T is exactly that. This is concerning. I feel like I have done something wrong here. What have I done wrong? That's not legal. That's not legal. That's the only one that's legal. 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we need to remove 2 of these. Like that? But then how do I make a T here? This I can't go anywhere else. Or add 2. Like that, for example. Except that screws this up. Oh, this could be like this. I didn't consider that. I should have considered that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Except this doesn't work either for the T. That's the problem, is I can't do this. I can do this. Three, 7, 11, 16, 18. But if I take 2 of them, it's a problem. So maybe we do this? No. Maybe we do this? Now. No. Maybe we do this? No, that's still illegal. Ladies and gentlemen, I am having problems? What's up, Chronometrics? How's it going? Maybe this O was wrong. What if I just start filling things in? Doesn't seem like a good idea either. Nope. Bad news. Something is wrong here. Alright, if this is part of an O, and it can't extend left because that's a T, it has to extend right. Now it can't extend down because that is a 4, so it has to go up. Easy. This is part of a 4, part of an I, can't go up or down, has to go all the way left. This is part of an I, can't go down, has to go left, right, so must at least contain these 2. This has to be part of a 4. Let's start in this corner, because this is a mess. You have 99 problems, but artisans aren't one. I am happy for you. So this needs to come out here. It can't take this because then this is not part of the shape. So it has to go up here, which means it has to grab this. Feel confident about that one. This now has to be a Z, and there are 2 ways for that to fit. Like this, and like this. And if I fit it this way, it seals those off. So it's got to be like that. This has to come out, this has to come out, and this has to be there. This has to come out and then come down. Now it can go left or it can go down. If it goes down, it seals, so it has to go left. This comes out here. And now we get to think about things. I suppose we could do this, and then this, and then this, but that traps this T. If this cannot go out 4. So this has to cover at least this spot. It can't go any further than that, though, so it has to cover exactly this spot. This has to be a T. This comes out. Ah, this could be a Z here, and then that can be that. And then we can draw the rest of the owl. There we go. Had I considered this shape? I had not considered this shape. I considered many shapes, but I had not considered this shape. It's a good thing we started in the other corner. And never worried about this problem. It's a good thing I didn't spend like 5 minutes trying different L's in this space and never hitting the right one. Sure is a good thing that didn't happen. Oh god. Alright, well, start with the stuff that's easy. All regions are exactly 9. And that can't be part of this. Can't touch that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is probably this. It doesn't have to be, but it's probably. Let's not assume. But this needs to be a different thing. So these two do need to be part of the same shape. That's guaranteed. And if this is a corner, then this does... Okay, so it does need to be exactly that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Huh? Nope. 6, 7, 8. And then this needs to do what? Exactly that? 9. Fantastic. If it works, it works! Look at this little partially hidden cutie. Oh. Precision 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3... 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. Ah! Precision 2. Okay. So this needs to be that, which means this needs to be that. That goes here, this goes there. This goes there. This goes here. This goes here. So these both go up. This now goes here. This goes here. This has to go up, that way, that way, that way. Yeah, alright. I'll draw those. Precision 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. One, two, something. 1, 2. Has to be exactly that. This needs to be part of a 3 and needs to contain a thing. So that's like that. This needs to come out and then go either up or left. Left doesn't work because that seals this off too far away from another circle. So it has to be like that. Next step. This, the only, this is the other way to do it. The only circle this square can reach is this one. The only circle this square can reach is this one. The only circle this square can reach is this one. Now this has to go to here, so this goes up. This goes out then. And now we are in a bit more of a situation. Can this go up there? can. Yep, that works. Into the woods, restore the forest entrance window. Which means we now have to beat a 5 for progress. We are required to do a difficult puzzle. Difficult. How condescending of me. Difficult. Like it's hard. We have to do a 5 in order to get into the forest. Whoa! Well, the puzzle looks like a 5, so that's great. That feels important. All regions... This is actually, I think, one of the hardest looking 5s. I think once I get started, it's not going to be that hard. Because it feels like it kind of is limited enough that it plays itself. But it's intimidating to see all of the different pieces, right? Look at this. This is neat. All right, we're going to start here. I can't zoom in. We're going to start in the upper right corner. This needs to be part of a 5, and it cannot... Okay, yeah, let's just seal off everything that looks like it is touching another thing. And then we can figure things out from there. Because there are a lot of these. And this places a whole lot of restrictions on where we can actually go. And then we'll start here, so this has to be a 5 like that. This comes out to here. Can't go up, must go down. That's 3, 4, can't go up 5. This has to go up, this has to go out. 4, cannot go down, needs a triangle, that's 5. These connect, needs a circle. Can be up or down. Or up or left. No, if it goes left, it traps this circle. It needs to be up. These two are separate, and these need to be included in regions, so they go that way. This connects there, this connects there. 3, 4, 5. This is now 3 and needs exactly a triangle and a square, so 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Illegal. Ah, I see what's happened here. This needs to grab this space. Like that. So that this can grab this circle. Probably by going around the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, this is still busted. This is still broke. Because now these need to connect in a way that they can't. I may have done something again wrong. Alright, let's go back to things that need to happen. This needs to grab this, and this needs to come out, so this needs to grab this. So this can get 2 more spaces in any direction. This needs 3 more, and 2 of them need to be here and here. This is going to come out this way. Oh, why am I just on green? No wonder this is confusing. I must have hit a number key or something. Accidentally clicked on something weird. This now needs to grab this circle. which means it's going to need 1, 2, 3, cannot take this. This needs to take this, so this needs to be sealed off. So this does need to grab like that. And it can't go down, left, down, because this won't be... So it does need to grab exactly like that. And then I'm still in kind of the same situation of... It feels like this needs to grab that, but now it's 5 without a square. Maybe this doesn't get that? Oh, I bet this grabs that. And this goes across here. Like that. So that's 4. So this gets to be its own 5 in here. And that goes there. That works. And then we have a 5 here. This goes here. And connects here. There we go. You're screaming internally before I was erasing all the top art? Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, this is real. Okay, so this connects here. This comes down. Presumably needs to grab these and then be a 5 that way. This now needs a triangle. Can be across or can be down. And then probably grabs this space either way, which means it needs to be across. Three, 4, 5. Or 3, 4, 5. Regardless goes there and then grabs one of these 2 circles. Which means this needs to go here to be its own 5. So this needs to come out that way, grab this circle. Cannot grab this square, has to grab this one. So this has to grab this circle. Woo, okay. Town restored. Complete the final puzzle in the town area. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I don't know why I was so stuck on this being like a U shape to grab both of these. Just completely forgot that the rest of the puzzle existed, I guess. I don't know. It's a 5! Hey, look, it's a 5! It's a 5 puzzle with the 5. Wasn't there like a 4 puzzle before? Or like a 3 puzzle before that was in the shape of a 3? Another one of these kind of capstone-y puzzles? Somewhere? I don't remember where, though. I think we had other puzzles in the shape of a number, but I don't remember where. I want this to unlock. I want this to unlock, but not badly enough to silver this window. Yeah, this game is so pretty. Fully agree. The stained glass aesthetic is very, very cool. All right, but that opens up the forest. So now we have all of this space to play in. Oh my god, it's so much space. This place is huge. Holy crap, that's so many regions we just unlocked. Or at least can look at. Well, I see a big, tall pillar of teal light. So, let's do the thing, I guess. Area number. Oh, number regions, my favorite. All right, that's a 3, that's a 4. That's a 4, so that's a 3. Yes, correct. That 2 can't be part of the 4. These 5s can be part of the same 5. But this 4 can't be part of a 3 or a 2. And this 2 can't be part of a 4. It all comes together, whether you like it or not. Oh god. 7, eh? This 2 can go in either of these directions. This 5, is sealed off by all the numbers, so it has to be 5 exactly like that, because that's the only way it can get 5. So this 2 is there. This 2 is there. This doesn't preclude areas being unnumbered, right? Like, this could just be a 1 on its own. But I don't know that we're doing that yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. One. 4, 4, not the 2. This 6, though, now requires 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, can't do that, can you? Oh, but it can if the 2 doesn't block this off. Because it can go like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This 4 has to go 1, 2. This 4 has to go up to here. This 2 goes there. And then we shift-click everything and it solves the puzzle. Also, this puzzle is devil horns. Stained glass devil horns? What a perfect confluence of aesthetics and content. 21! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Because of the walls. Can't be on both sides of the walls. Can't be on both sides of the walls. Okay, do we go off into the corner of the woods, or do we proceed down the more obvious path? I took the path less traveled by. And the hell is this? Palisade. Shows the shape that must be made by the borders of that cell. All rotations can be used. Okay. So this has to be like this. Because this has to make this kind of corner. And this corner is already made. Meanwhile, this has to be either like this or like this. If it's like this, and the shape bank is accurate, which it has to be accurate, it is the rule, it would have to be like that, which seals stuff off. So it has to be like this, which means the shape is that. New rule spotted. Okay, all right. I like rules. Thank you for the new rule. Does this path lead to another puzzle? It does. Deeper into the woods. All right. This needs to be exactly like this, which is funny. Meanwhile, this needs to be a U, which would have to be exactly like that in order to allow for the legality of the shapes. Deeper into the woods. This once again has to be that way, which means we have a shape. This needs to connect in all directions, which means we have a shape that way. That's like that. This needs a corner in one way or another, and this needs a U. Precision 5, and it doesn't matter what the region actually looks like. So this has to connect that way, which means this is part of it, and this can't be part of it, and it can't seal this off, so it's got to be like that. This needs a corner, so that could be like that. But then it can't be across that border. So if it's like that, does that screw me up? It definitely screws me up. So it has to be like that. Which means it connects there and takes these. And then this can be a 5. Am I allowed to alter the color palette of the possible windows? Absolutely. They could be whatever I wanted. If I was feeling particularly creative, I could use whatever I want. Most of the time I just do random because it chooses 2 of these, and then that's enough difference for the windows to feel different enough. So this needs to be a U. And if it's that without going up or down, that's illegal. And if it's that without going right or up, that's a 4. So it has to go up, which I can do. Cool. Show me more palisades. You can merge 2 cells immediately whenever a palisade clue shows that there is not a border between them. Oh, no. Each of these represent 3 possible shades that are very close to this shade. Like, if I choose this green, these are all the possibilities for that green. Likewise, if I choose this purple, these are a bunch of different possibilities for that. But within those ranges, I can't, I can't like set these to be different things other than the things that it's giving me. You can merge 2 cells immediately whenever a palisade clue shows that there is not a border between them. That's interesting. How do palisades show that there is not a border? Oh, here. Okay. So this one means that these are connected definitely. Because it has the corner already set. So for this to be a U, it has to be like this. And for this to be a tube? I'm going to go with tube. It has to be like this. Which means this connects these the same way. So this has to be a tube that way. And this has to be a U that way. And I have solved the puzzle. Remember, a single region can never touch both sides of a border. That means that dangling border ends are forbidden. I don't know what that means. But this has to touch all of these. So for this to be a U, it's like that. For this to be a tube, it's like that. And now this region cannot go into here. So that's sealed off, that's sealed off, that's sealed off, and that's sealed off. This already has its 1, so it needs to connect. And has to go here and here. And that needs to be the full region. Okay. Dangling border ends. That's a weird way to phrase that, because I still don't understand what that means. Like, I understand how to solve the puzzle, but I don't know what a dangling border end would be. For this to be a tube, it has to be like that. And go out there. For this to be a tube, it has to be like that. And connect both sides. This is a corner, so it must connect both. This is a corner, must connect both. This is a U. This could still be anything. No. All 3 of these are connected. So it can't connect to any of them. Because then it would be on both sides of a border. So it needs to be like that. And this, likewise, needs to be its own region. Cool. Ah, so this is like a palisade region. Off deep into the woods. And this is a something else entirely. In these puzzles, you may find it very helpful to use edge drawing mode to mark borders you are absolutely sure of. Absolutely. Like that? I'm pretty confident about that one. Since that's connected, we have to draw borders like that and then connect. This connects to all of these. This is already bordered, so that goes out there. And these two, do they have to be different regions? If I connect across, I can't make that border the way it wants to be made. This border already exists, so it has to be there. Which means that's its one, and this connects down. And it can't connect across here. Okay, so I guess the teal light indicates that that puzzle unlocks other puzzles, as opposed to just being a puzzle in a region. Wow, we've got stuff unlocked all the way out here. What is this stuff? Is this still part of Palisade? Sure is. All regions must be this shape. Okay, so this needs to be exactly that. This needs to be a plus and needs to be that. And then this needs to be either like that or like that. Interesting. So it's part of a plus regardless. No, that's not true. Yes, it is. It has to be one of these corners. And that can't go this way because the plus can't extend that way. So it has to go like this. Yo, Mark Mages, what is up? How is not Sintra today? I'm having a great time. I am loving this game. This game is great. This game is... I would even go so far as to say perfect. This game is doing a lot of stuff correctly. Probably includes that. Probably. This is a plus of some kind. Where else is there a plus of some kind? Here. What's up, Book Snail? Thank you for coming along with Mark Mages. Thank you, Mark Mages, generally for the raid. I very much appreciate having you send your community over here. As you can see, we are doing stained glass puzzles. Why does this keep happening? Go back to... How did this happen, actually? What hotkey am I hitting to change colors? Is it not present? Maybe I'm just clicking on it. I don't know. I might just be clicking on it. Mistakes. Oh. Scroll wheel. Scroll wheel. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I hate it. I don't want that to be a hotkey. I have to middle click on things. Oh, don't do that to me. Okay, so this, yeah, because I keep trying to scroll in on these zoomed out puzzles, and that doesn't work. So this can either be like this, and then this is the dot. Or it can be like this, and this is the entirety of the region, like including that spot. But I think it can't do that because then this is a corner in a weird place. So I think it has to be like this. And then this has to connect out. Which means this has to be the square. Right? Has to be the square end. Because there's nowhere else in this shape that lets you do that. So this has to be like that, and then it can go either right or down. If it goes right... Oh, it goes both. It does both. It does both. That's just the shape. So this needs to include this. Figured it out. Figured it out. Everything's fine. Isn't it required to do both? As it turns out, yes, actually. It is required to do both. If this needs to be... Yeah, this can't be across there, so it has to be there. Which means we have this. This is a square, which gets me that, and that fills that in correctly. This is a plus. This is a square, which means the plus is there, so that goes there. And then we'll draw the rest of the owl. Cool. Cool. And that's part of this window, it would seem. And this window is gating potentially access to this region? With the puzzle in a cave? I wonder if this puzzle is a literal bear. I hope it is. Like, I hope I get into this puzzle and it's like a bear face. All right, cool. Let's keep doing Palisades. This needs to be that, which means it connects out that way, which means it can't connect to this. So this has to be that. So this needs to be that, which connects that way, which means this needs to be part of this bucket, which has to be, can't go left, so it has to go right. That needs to be that, so that needs to be that. This now can't go up, must go across. This is now an O. And this has to be that. And connect. So this needs to be separate. Bingo. Oh. Precision 3. Okay. So none of these can be corners. All of these need to be endpoints, which means all of these are separate, which means that's there. So this goes out to here, could connect to there and make it an endpoint, except that seals this off, so no. If it goes up, this can't be an endpoint because it has to go 1, 2 somewhere, so it has to go down here. And each of these needs to be endpoints as well, so it needs to be separated like that. This now cannot go down, or else it seals this off, so it goes left. This works like that. Nope, because that seals that off, so this needs to be there. No, so this needs to be down. And then this can be that way. Heart-shaped but blue colors. That's fixable, actually. It can be traditional colors. There's an achievement for solving a heart-shaped puzzle. And I think it's there because there's a lot of puzzles that are heart-shaped. Your health is restored through the power of determination. The puzzle in the shape of heart fills you with determination. Your HP is restored. Ooh, those are some corners. So this cannot be... This has to be a corner either this way or this way. And if it's a corner this way, this can't be a part of the right shape. So it must be like this. And then in order to make this shape, it has to be that way. This, again, cannot seal this off on its own. So it has to be like that. Which means that has to be like that. This does make the correct corner if we do this. And then we can draw the rest of the owl. That needs to be there. These, we don't know yet. But that connects that way. Interesting. this needs to be either like this or like this. But either way connects up, which means this needs to be like that. So this needs to be like that. And connect up. This needs to connect up. So now we have this corner. And this cannot connect there or there. So this being a corner has to connect that way. Gonna continue climbing this way. Oh. Okay, fascinating. So there's exactly 2 regions on this board with some Palisade-related restrictions. So this one can't be this corner because I can't have this be its own 1-dot region here without a symbol. So it has to be exactly like that. Those can't connect. That connects that way, which means it has to connect down. Nice. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Hippo Stabber. How's it going? So this needs to connect down, which means this needs to connect out that way. That needs to connect there. Yo, lots of follows. What's going on? Hello, Smurfton as well. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. This needs to be there. So now this needs to, since it connects there, either go this way or this way. And it can't go up because it can't go across the wall, so it's going down. So now this goes across this way. This has to go somewhere. Because it still needs to grab one of the circles, so that way. Can this connect down? Cross and up? Can this connect up? No, because this corner, this can't go up here. So this has to go across. And this needs to border in some way, whatever's going on here. Can this go like that? This needs to be red. This needs to be red. So this needs to go up here. This also needs to be red. So if this connects down, it now needs to connect left or right to make the corner. So let's go that way. So this red needs to go out. This connects there. This needs to be red. Red. Connects. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I like this one. I like this one. This is the kind of puzzle I like, where at each step it's like, okay, make a decision, figure out how it connects, as opposed to like one overall arcing thing and then each just like fill in the, you know, paint by numbers the rest of the thing. I really like the way that this puzzle came together. This was really cool. That's a cool one. All right, this comes out to here. And again, there's exactly 2 regions. So if this goes through like that, both of these need to be the other color. Which then needs to extend, which means this needs to be orange. The orange can't go into here, so needs to go this way, which makes this a tube. So this needs to be yellow. Which means this needs to be yellow. And can't connect to there, so this needs to be red. Orange, whatever. You know what I mean. So this yellow needs to extend out, which makes that a tube. This needs to be orange. Yellow needs to go here, that becomes a tube. This needs to be orange. Orange only has one escape method, so that's there. This needs to be yellow. This needs to be yellow. Yellow's going here. That's a tube. This needs to be orange. Yellow's going here. That's a tube. This needs to be orange. Orange only can go this way. So make it go that way. Excuse me. Don't lie to me. This needs to be yellow. 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 all the way down here. Yellow there. This needs to be orange and orange. I said orange. Thank you. Don't make a liar out of me, colors. Four. Huh. The two regions touching this symbol must be the same shape. All right, well, all of these connect like that. There is no rule on how many regions we have. Just that these two must be the same shape. So this is at minimum this kind of shape. Which means this has to be... three like that? No, it would need to include that. Okay. So this means what rotation of this allows me to fill this in to be the same shape as this? Because there's no restriction on how many regions are on this board, right? But I think for the purposes of Gemini being real and the solution being unique, there's going to be two regions on this board. No, there could be a bunch of like little ones filled in separately in order to make them mirrored. But this is going to need to be a lot bigger. And this might or might not need to be bigger. It probably does. It probably needs to include all of this. All right, if this corner here, this is a plus, right? That's a plus here. But it can't go down any further. So this needs to be like rotated. So we have this 3 here is like this 3, right? And then mirrored. So this 3 here, 1, 3. This needs to be a 3, which I can't do. So there needs to be a corner to this shape that matches the corner here. And this is going to need to go 4 across somewhere. 4 next to a 2. Or a 3. Actually, if it's like this is this, and this 3 is this 3, and then this is this 4, that could be like that. But then it would need this 2. So I think this shape needs to be more shape. So maybe this includes this. And that's like this plus here. So then this goes down here. This is a 3 plus 3. This is a 4 all the way down. Yeah, that connects. So now this needs to extend in a way that makes it work? Because this doesn't work, right? Oh. No, yeah, okay. But this isn't like an illegal base here. Determinism. You said determinism and not determination. I misread that. I don't like this puzzle. This puzzle I don't like. All right, what if it's this? Right? And then we have like this plus shape here. No, that doesn't work. Like it needs something with this corner, which I guess could be this, right? And then no, because that doesn't work here. I mean, it can. Like, we could just include that. Oh, that does need to be included anyway. I missed that that was connected there. Yep, missing a tile. Yep. So then, but then it needs this corner here. Like, that doesn't work, right? It needs both of these corners filled in. Unless it's, you know, this, like, rotated and then also flipped. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. But then it still needs to go down further here, which it can't do. God, how do I tangram this garbage so it's the same shape? I probably need to think about this as like the overarching connecting shapes, like what shapes connect to each other. Because like this is the plus, and then it has this kind of this region plus 2 more. So it's this region plus 2 more. Like if I might imagine this being a connector here, it's just connecting like that. So like these two are now mirrors. So these two are now mirrors. This is probably a place I can start from, actually. These two being mirrors, I now need to connect this to this. And that actually looks kind of the same way that this would connect here, right? If I go here and here, then I go here and here, they don't quite. Because this doesn't connect the same way. These two are mirrors right now, though. So if for this to connect here and still be a mirror, this would need this to mirror. Actually, I could just grab this. I think. Because, like, if this goes here... No, if this connected there and there, then it doesn't quite reach the same way. But like this could go there and there. And then for this to grab this would require these 5 here. Or would require this, and then these 5? So no, not quite. Which makes me think maybe it can't connect that way. Maybe it can connect down this way? And then this can connect here, and that'll be, like, joint? Except it probably needs to use more of the window. Just based on the size of this puzzle. Like, this feels like it should work. But then this needs to go down this way in a way that grabs more space than this does. Maybe it can go down this way now, actually. So this plus, and then this corner. And then if I grab this, it's like grabbing this. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 here. Here. Right? Like, that doesn't work. Unless this is rotated differently. Maybe this can grab this in a way that then allows this to, like, go down this way or something? Because if I look at this as kind of, like, just the mirrored left to right, we have 6 here, 1, 2, right? 6 here. Oh, but no 4. No 4. I mean, it could be a 4 here. 4, 2, 4, 2, 3, 3. Now this needs to go down 3. And then this needs to go another 3. So 2, 4, 3, 3, offset 3, offset 3, offset another 3, and then this one and this one. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. Wow, I did not like this puzzle. This puzzle does not work nicely with the way my brain wants to put puzzles together. It just felt so open-ended. Like, I couldn't conceive of, like, mental, this works, this doesn't work, without trying it out in a way that felt uncomfortable. But it's over. That's the important part. It's finished. Look at this little sneaky guy hiding behind a rock. Rude. One more to finish this this region. Oh boy. Okay. That's neat. That's a neat thing that's happening right there. So this being 3 and 2 requires it to go their way. It can't go up here. Oh, it does not require it to go across, actually. In fact, if it can't go up here, this can't be a corner that way. And if it goes up here, this is the wrong corner. So this actually can't be a part of it. Which means that's what this is. And if this is the corner, that has to be exactly this. Now this can be straight up, like this, or it can be across, like that. Either one works. This needs to be part of a plus. This cannot be part of this O. So this O needs to at least go like that. This cannot be part of this O either. So the O needs to be here. Which means that needs to go there. Which means now we have this bucket. Now this is a U. So that's great. This U cannot be part of this Z. Yeah? Because putting the endpoint here would make this not a Z. So that's separated. Which means this has to be the endpoint of the Z, and it can't go out to the left, so it has to go right, like that. Which means that connects there, and that means this connects there, and it can't go up because this needs to be an endpoint. So it's got to go down. That has to connect. I think I see the owl. I think it looks something like this. Yeah. Unless you learn to break one wall, which would be so unreasonable. Yeah, no, I don't have that kind of power. I'm not that strong. Listen, I am a stained glass artisan, not a power lifter, all right? I'm a doctor, not a bricklayer. Building fences. Restore the palisade window, which unlocks more unlocks, which I love. Mismatch. All regions must have different shapes. Okay. So there's my eye. This can't be an I, so it has to be an L. Here is my Z. Here's my O. Here's my T. Yeah, alright. I can work with this. Interesting. This is a 1. This, I think, has to be an elbow and a 2, which allows this to be a 3. Because it can't be a 1 and a 2. Okay, so this has to be a 1. This cannot be a 1, so it has to be a 2 at least, and that's all it can be. This cannot be a 2, so it has to be a 3. That's allowed. This cannot be a 3, so it has to be a 4. Maybe a 4? This is interesting. This could be like an elbow 3, but it can't be this kind of 3. And it can't contain that. Oh, but it could do this, and that leaves the elbow available here. There we go. Oh, who's this little guy? Off to the side here. Well, that's one thing. So that's our 1. Interesting. This can't be a 1, so it has to be at least a 2. This can't be a 1, it has to be at least a 2. This can't be a 1, it has to be at least a 2. 3. This could be like a 4. If this can't be a 2 on its own. This also needs to come out. Can't be a 2. Well, I mean, I guess this could be a 2 and this could be not a 2, right? But that can't be like that. This could be the 3 here, and then this could be a 4. And then this could be another 2, which is illegal. This can't be a T. This can't come out here. Okay, that has to be sealed off, actually. So this needs to come out here. And maybe be, like, this could be a 4. You know what? This could just connect all of it. And then this could be like that. No. No. Can't be like that. Can't be the thing that I just said. Because this needs to come out and be its own thing. So this needs to be the 2 here, actually. That's the problem. This needs to be the 2. This needs to be the 3. So these can be 4s. Oh, this can be a 4 that way, and then this can be everything else. There we go. All regions must have different shapes that are restricted in some way. Well, we now have the O and the 1. This could be like that. This could be like that. But then we have a 3 here and a 3 here, so no. This can't be like that. So this cannot be a... This can't connect to here. Right? This can't go up there. So this has to be there, like that. And then this can do that, and now we have the 4 here. This has to come out. That's fine. Great. 1. Can't be across left, so it has to be across this way. Now we have a 2 and a T. If this goes down, we can have the 1 still. This can be the 4. Great, 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 great. Mismatch. Mismatch is a hell of a sequence. Aw, I can't fight the bear. Alright, let's unlock more puzzles. Solitude. Each region contains a single symbol. Ah, great. Each region contains a single symbol. Perfect. What's up, Kellerman? How's it going? Each region contains a single symbol. So, okay, so this all needs to be one region, and it needs to contain a symbol. And if it hits the 4, it's too big, so it has to hit the 5. This needs to come out and contain a symbol. This could actually go either way. But this also needs a symbol, so that's got to be the U. So this needs this, and then this is a 4. Great! Great! Each region must contain exactly one symbol. Workday finally done. Congratulations, Kellerman. This needs to contain a symbol, so it needs to contain that symbol, which needs to be contained in that way. This needs to contain a symbol, so it needs to contain that symbol. This is cool. This one came together. I like that one. Every once in a while, I'll find a puzzle that makes me giggle, and that's how I know it's a good puzzle. And it can't have this. So this needs to go all the way around to grab that so that this can go here. Yep, great. Can't have that. So this is separate. Solitude, Palisade, Polyomino. So this cannot be a part of any other of these regions. But every part of the puzzle that's not in a polyomino needs to be in this bucket. So this bucket is extending quite far, I think. If this goes 4 across, that leaves too much open space. So it has to go 4 down this way. That now needs to go that way. So this goes up. This now needs to go here. And this needs to be contained in a way that doesn't block this off. So probably like that. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, alright. Cool, cool. And now this region is opened. Yo, what is this door here? What is this, like, hobbit cave off on the floating island? Also, don't think I didn't spot you, sneaky little hidden puzzle. Man, I am torn between I want to do all of the difficult puzzles and I want to unlock all of the rules. So I have reason to do both breadth first and depth first. Hard life. And then there is all of the backtracking that needs to be done to find the puzzles that I haven't done yet in the previous regions as well. Difficult. Do width first, like a proper American puzzle diet. My dude, I have no idea what that means, but absolutely. As soon as I figure it out, I will do exactly that thing. Happy first world problems, I guess, yeah. What do we have down here? Yo, more random, like, Hobbit doors. Oh, I love this place. I love this region. It's a 6. I think we'll do the 6. Ah! That's a lot. Okay, we start here, which connects that way, which means this does that. Which means it connects there. Can this connect that way? Yes, but only one of them. This now, all regions must have different shapes. Yikes. This needs to be separate from this. So let's wall that off. How else do I break into this? This needs to connect to one of these. Here. But each of these can only connect one way. But this needs to connect either up or left. Likewise, this needs to connect either right or up. So I think this actually chains all the way around, where there needs to be connections for each of these to either side, which means all of them are going to be connected in this way. Which means this is my 1, which means this cannot bucket in such a way that this is sealed off. So it has to connect to this, which means this is my 2. Okay. Okay. If this connects left and right, that is exactly my 3 line. My short eye, if you will. Is there anywhere else I think I'm going to need exactly a short eye? It means that each of these starts off as a short eye and then needs to progress somewhere else. Maybe I can figure out something with some of the other connections here. Like, this is either like that or like that. So regardless, this connects up. Same, this connects up. They might connect. No, they can't connect. No, they can connect, right? Because then it can do that. So I guess we're not sure. We just know that they connect up for sure. Regardless of whether they connect to each other or connect the opposite way. If this goes up, it can't then go left. Actually, if this goes up, it can't then go up here, which means this would have to be the one, which is illegal. So this can't go up here. That's sealed off. And if this connected here, it couldn't connect down to here, so it would have to be a 2, which is illegal. So it has to be like this, which means this has to connect up here. So that means that happens, which means this has to be separate, and this has to go that way. We don't yet know whether either of these is allowed to be the 3 elbow. If this is an elbow, this probably connects down here, although I guess it doesn't have to. Okay, does either of the states of the tubes look illegal? Does this look illegal in some way? Because this could still connect here. And then this would have to do that exactly. And then this could connect there. No, it can't. This could connect there. That can connect. This could even connect here. Yeah, that doesn't seem problematic at all, actually. What about the other way? What if this was a thing? Because this would have to be sealed that way. And then this would have to connect here or connect here, both of which would be illegal in these states. Okay. So it is, in fact, required to be this. This is required. Yo, Onin 500, thank you so much for the raid. How you doing? Welcome to the stream, Onin and company. How y'all doing? How's your day? What were you up to? This can either be an O on its own, but can also connect to this, which allows this to be an O separately, or whatever. This can connect here. Am I okay with this being a 2? You just finished the wood in this game. That's cool. Okay, so you're a little bit ahead of me. I have just unlocked the wood. Presumably. The wood, the forest, the whatever. The place where it gave me palisades. Presumably, we're talking about the same thing. I don't know. You never know. Are any of these required to be the short eye? don't think so. This one's real interesting, because it has to connect to 2 of these 3. Forest, sure. This either seals this off to be a 2. Oh, it can't be a 2. It can't be a 2. Well, also, this doesn't need to be a 2. It can connect here and leave this as an elbow. And then this can seal off, right? And then do that, for example. That's an elbow. This cannot be an elbow. Could do that. That's now legal, though. Yeah, that's legal. That connects there and then has to do something else, I guess. This is a lot of guessing, though. These can connect, they don't have to. These can connect, they don't have to. This can even connect, if I was feeling particularly punchy. I guess this can't connect to this square. It would have to go up here. Oh, no, it can. We could do this. And then this would have to grab that, and that would be legal. A lot of possibilities up here. All right, what about this bad boy? Sealed off here, connecting up. That could work. Turn this into the big elbow. I feel like there's information associated with these buckets. Oh, this cannot be a bucket going up, because then this would require to connect to this, and that would be a 2, like it is over here. Likewise, this cannot be a bucket going right. And they can't both be going away from the edge. So one of them needs to grab the edge. But that can't be a 2 because that's used here. So this has to be the 3. This has to be the elbow, which means this has to connect here. That's cool. So now we know a little bit more about the rest of the world. Which means these can't connect here, and this has to extend out. So it has to extend to here, which means that's sealed off, and this has to come down here. That can't connect. This can go left, but then this would be a 1, because it can't take that spot. So this can't go left either. So this has to be the L. This has to be the LJ, which means this has to grab that. Any of these could still be my short I. This cannot be an elbow. This cannot be an L. But it can be the weird 5 thing here. And it can also just be an O. We don't have an O yet. Also, it could connect to this even. But that means regardless, it takes this spot. Whether or not it connects down, whether or not it connects here, it has to take this spot. Okay. Every cell we color, every cell we figure out is progress. Each piece individually is progression. Alright, what about this bad boy? If it goes up, it can't grab this, because this would need to go down here to get this one space, but it can connect up there. Okay. If this goes down, it can connect here, which turns this into an L, which is illegal, so it can't go down. Which means this has to grab that. If it goes this way, oh, it can't go this way either. Okay, so this has to go up. Yeah, that has to work that way. That way exactly. This now has to connect there. So now what are we doing with the rest of these shapes? Can this go that way? In a world where this connects there, this now has to go here and here. And this has to connect here. The T hasn't been used, so this can connect up here. Oh, no, it can't. It has to do that. Which means this can connect here. Which means this would have to connect down. This can grab this and seal here, and this can grab those. And that is a valid solution to the puzzle? We made it. Dang. That was a fun one. That was a good one. Alright, is there another little guy down here somewhere? There's the guy on the bridge that's not unlocked yet because we haven't silvered the region yet. It's just a lantern. That's not a little guy. Looks like no sneaky little guys down there. Alright, that floating island is safe. Well, I should at least clear the window rather than herring off willy-nilly to try out other regions. So I guess let's clear the window. Shape bank. All regions must be one of these shapes and also mismatch. So we have exactly 4 shapes and all 4... 1, 2, 3, these are all 5s. Yes, all 4 of these shapes fit into here. And must fit into here. So this could be... Could connect here? No, we don't have that kind of shape. So this has to be like this. And then this could be like a Z or something. And this could be the 5. And then this could be that thing. Oh, great. That does work. That has to be that. This is already connected. This has to... Cannot connect this way. So must connect that way. So we have our 2 over here. This has to connect that way. And I don't see any reason why it's not going to connect to everything. This might be elbow and 3. And then this can be... nope, not a 2. This can be the I and the 1. I like that. Cool. Eh? Okay, so each of this needs to connect somewhere to be a 2. Does it need to be this one? Because this would also need to connect somewhere to be a 2. Yeah, these need to be the 2 together. So these two now, okay, so now none of the rest of the buckets can connect to each other. Cool. That comes out there, 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 and there. These can't join. These can't join. And these can't join. And this needs to be its own thing? Here? Separate from both of these? Likewise, does this? And none of these can be ones either. I feel like maybe I have misunderstood what's going on here. Because this is really crammed in. Yeah, that doesn't work. And also does mismatches. So this has to be like that, actually. Which means this has to connect to that, but it can't? Undo, 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 undo. Yeah, this can't go up, so that's sealed off. So this has to go out, but it can't connect here because of the wall. Something is wrong. Any way that this connects makes a 2. Since this has to connect to a bucket, this has to be part of the 2. This one likewise. So these two have to connect to each other. Which means no other bucket can connect to another bucket. This is where I screwed up. These don't necessarily have to go up. These might go across. These might, like, connect to each other. Make an elbow here. But now this goes this way. This goes this way. This goes this way. That goes that way. That goes that way. And none of these can touch each other because of the cross wall situation. So this now can't be a 2 on its own, needs to be at least a 3, and cannot connect there. Great. This cannot be a 2 on its own, needs to be at least a 3. Cannot be an elbow. Can't connect there because of the wall, so needs to go at least to there. Since this doesn't connect there, it has to go up. These two probably connect and make a T or something? Because they can't make an elbow. This has to come out. Again, can't make an elbow. Can't go up. Has to go there. So this has to go that way, and this can't connect. So my 4, my L, is also taken here. These can't connect. This can't be a 2. Has to go up. This can't be a 2. Has to go up. Can't connect. Now my I, my little I, is taken. Lowercase I. Although I don't have a dot to put on it. So this can't be the I. Can't be the L. Must go up again. This can't be the L. And can't connect this way, so must go up again. That seems valid. This probably just connects here. Oh, no, it doesn't. So maybe this is a Z, and this is an F, and this is the T. Yeah. Oh, great. Okay. My gut instinct was correct. Where am I? There's a lot of buttons left to push. Oh, all regions must have an area of exactly 5. Okay. 2 5s in here, 2 5s in here, 2 5s in here, 3 5s in each of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is that all of the 5 polyominoes? Just gotta start from correct principles. Yeah, absolutely. Just make correct assumptions, and then puzzles are easy. You should solve puzzles like I do, by being correct. That's what makes me so smart. I'm just always correct all of the time. How many different permutations of 5 are there? I know that there's 7 permutations of 4 because I have played Tetris ever in my life. But I haven't played Pentris, so I don't know what the 5s are. Or how many of them there are. Alright. There's one, two, there's a line, right? And then there's like 4 and one of those. And there's 4 and that. And there's nowhere else to put a block off of 4 without making one of these shapes again. So there's 3 and then a T. There's 3 and then a plus. There's 3 and then an elbow. There's 3 and then an F. There's tall Z. And there's the bucket. And then there's the square. Musical note. So same side 2. Same side 2 but separated. Opposite 2, offset 2, fully offset 2. And then there is the zigzag. One, two, three, 4, 5. There are only 5 4-tile figures outside of rotation and mirroring. That's true, actually. That's a good point. Tetris includes mirrors. So there's 5 outside of mirrors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I need one more. There has to exist one more. If I move this block here, I have an F. Oh, there's long Z. Okay, so these are my 12. I don't think there's any more than these. If you know another shape that is not one of these, please tell me. Because it feels like this is all of my shapes. Alright, under the assumption that this is all of my shapes, how do I put them together in other places? So here, kind of feels like this is my line, my zigzag, and my plus. Where am I using F? F is the most awkward one. Maybe F needs to get used here? And then I have two Fs? Is there a way to do F here that doesn't... I think I can't use F here, actually. Because then this still has to be the line. Which leaves another F. Okay, can I use F here? Not like that. Can I use F here? Oh, I can use F here and then make the bucket. Okay, here is F and bucket. So this can't be bucket. But this could be long Z. And offset T. This cannot be T at all. I think T has to go here. Which means we can have tall boy and L. Tall Z. Which leaves this guy and elbow. Which is perfect. Whew. All right, that came together. Ah, the mismatch and the palisade. Okay, only one of these can be a 1. So the other one has to be a 2. This can't be 2 1s. Yeah, one of these is a 1, and the other is the 2. So I can't use a 1 anywhere else, which means this has to be the elbow. This has to come through here and then connect that way. But I've already used my elbow, and if this goes up, that leaves a 1 here, so it has to go left here, which means this is my 1 and this is my 2. This has to come out through here. This has to come out through here, but it can't be a 2. It can be a 3. And in fact, this can just take the rest of the space. Perfect. What's up, Smurfton? How's it going? Thank you. Thank you. More progress. Mismatch Palisade. Hell yeah, buddy. So this is the same thing, right? We have the 1 and the 2 up here. So we can't have 1s or 2s down here. So this has to at minimum be that. This has to at minimum be that. This has to at minimum be that. If this connects up here, then that would make this the 1. But then this couldn't connect here. So this would have to be either a 1 or a 2, which would be illegal. So this can't go up here. One of these 2 can be the 3. And if this is here, it can't connect to that regardless. Nor can it connect left, actually. So now this has to come out here at minimum. So that has to be the 3. So now I have the 1, and we have the 2, and we have the 3 all spoken for. Or the elbow, all spoken for. Which means this now needs to connect to that at least. And that can be short I. So this can be Z, and this can be zigzag. Slowly developing my lexicon of names for shapes. That was elaborate. Uniqueness. Restore the mismatch window. W? No, get out of here. Zigzag. Zigzag for life. It's only a W if you rotate it diagonally. And who's gonna rotate a shape diagonally? If rotating a shape 45 degrees? What kind of monster are you? What are these secret lower island puzzles? They're all over the place. Most of them, like, aren't particularly impressive. But every once in a while, you find this, like, very sneakily hidden 5 or 6, and it's like, oh. Doing something special over here, huh? But also, a bunch of them don't unlock in the first wave of unlocks. You have to silver the puzzle in order to get the last bunch of puzzles unlocked. So if I want to fight the bear, I have to silver this. Kind of want to fight the bear. But also, I want to unlock more rules. Fight the bear? Yeah. It's a bigger than usual puzzle in a cave. It's clearly a bear. I mean, I guess it could be a dragon, but... Is it like drawing the owl? I don't think so. Ooh, sneaky boy off here on the side. Look at you. Staying hidden. Alright, I'll reward that. Precision 5, okay. This has to be... There's a bunch of, like, places here that have to be different. This can't go left, so it has to go up. So that is exactly that shape. The big elbow is accounted for. This cannot be an F. This could be, like, zigzag, and then this could be, like, bucket. Not zigzag, long Z. This could be long Z. This could be bucket. And this could be the square. And this could be the F. And then we have long T here. And oh look, we've done it. You know, sometimes this difficulty 4 is not really telling the truth. And sometimes this difficulty 4 is understating things. It's a hard life out here, trying to be a difficulty 4, I think. Precision 5. All right. This has to come up to here, and these two can't connect, so this is 3, 4, 5. 3, 4 cannot be long Z, must be the elbow. This can no longer be the elbow or the long Z, so must be the T. This now has to be the zigzag. This cannot be T, so must be whatever the heck this shape is. This cannot be square like that, so it has to be this way, and that leaves the F. Great. Mismatch 5, all right. Does that mean this just connects here? Is that what that means? No, because that does that then. This is a 5, though. Oh, but it's probably like this. And then this could be anything. Yeah, great. Love it. Precision 4. Okay. Well, one of these is the I, and the other one is the L. This is the L. Then we have T here. And Z and I. Great. It's a deal. Somewhere, there can be a 1. You know what? Sure. Well, there's my 1. So all of these have to be minimum 2s. This cannot connect, so there's my 2. This has to be minimum 3. So all of these have to be minimum 3. any of these be elbows? This can't be an elbow. Wait a minute. Something is not right here. Guess this could be a 4, but then we have 2 3s. That doesn't work. This could be a 4 and a 3 and then also a 3? That doesn't work. I don't know what I did wrong, but I did something wrong. All right, start from scratch. This has to be the one. Each of these have to be part of a shape, and they cannot be 1s, so they must be at least 2s. This can't connect here because so that's my 2. This cannot be a 2, must be at least a 3, and cannot connect to either of these. Oh, these have to connect. They just can't be separate shapes. I get it. I get it. I understand. Good job. All regions must have different shapes. Okay, this cannot be the L because the L is here. And it cannot be... It cannot be 2 2s. So it has to be a 1 and a 3, but it's unclear whether it is the short I or the elbow. Problematic. But also means that that 1s have been taken. So anything in these corners have to extend. Which to me, indicates that we have definitely stolen our elbow. So I think this has to be a 3 and a 1. But this can now be here. We can have a T and we can have whatever this is and we can have the elbow. Perfect. How close am I? 1 more! You! Shape bank. Okay, I think we have to use each of these once. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yes. We have to use each of these exactly once. So this cannot be the tall Z. It can be the square plus, or it can be the bucket. This feels like it's correct. Which maybe means we have to do tall Z here. Yeah, that works. Certainly weren't going to repeat any of them. Of course not. That would be illegal. Who would dare? All right, now we can fight the bear. Huh! Every time I open up one of these puzzles, like getting hit in the face by a pile of symbols. Fascinating. That's a lot. It is a lot. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Exactly 12 regions. And they mismatch. Exactly 12 regions and they mismatch. All right. For this to grab a square, it has to be exactly this square. And it has to be exactly this triangle. This needs to come up here. This needs to come up here, which means it needs exactly this square. So this goes here. And then needs exactly this square. And this needs exactly this triangle. This and this are separate. This comes up to here. So these two match, which means one of them needs to extend differently. But this needs a square without touching this, so it needs to go like that, which means this needs to grab this so as to not match shapes. This comes out to here. This can extend, but doesn't need to. This needs to come up to here and grab this circle and grab this square, and that's the only way that it can do so. This needs a triangle still, and the only one available is that one, so it'll grab that one. So this is locked, this is locked, this is locked. None of the rest of these are locked necessarily, but they're not allowed to match anything that is locked. So this has to extend at least one more in a direction, unclear which direction. Likewise, between these three, only one of them can be the zigzag. So at least two of these have to extend further in some way or another. The most this can extend is one more, which matches this locked shape. So this has to lock as is. So both of these need to extend. This needs to extend, and that's as much as this can extend. So that's now locked in a slightly different configuration than this one. Actually, if this extended here, that doesn't match this. I take it back. But one of these two locks, and the other one extends into this shape. So this needs to extend twice. Yeah, this needs to grab both of those. So that locks, and then this grabs this and locks. This now mirrors this, so this needs to extend, and that's the only way in which it can extend, and that now locks. This needs to come out, this needs to come out, and grab this, I guess. This needs to come out, and this needs to come out, and grab this and go down. This is now separate from that, so it needs to grab this. This can't go right here, so it needs to grab this. Haven't used a T, so this could just be a T. This now has to grab that. This now has to grab that. Between these two, though, only one of them can be a T. And this needs to extend, and the only one it can extend to is this one. So this has to be the T, which means this needs to extend to here. I haven't used the 5i. I haven't used the elbow, and this works. That felt pretty good. I really like the way the individual pieces connect with each other. That's really good. Yeah, I more and more I am realizing my favorite kind of puzzle solving is where each individual step is deduction based, but also follows naturally, right? So going through it, like at no point was I ever stalled. Did I ever feel like I didn't have a next move? But it wasn't necessarily trivial to figure out what the next move was. I had to compare all the different things. And that feels really good, to move from step to step to step to step and end up with a solution that works. Like, that just feels really, really good. It came together really well. I like that one. Good puzzle. Good bear. Good bear. All right, well, I got what I wanted out of this region, so I guess we can move on with our lives. Or I can try and gold it, but I don't know that I care. I don't know that I care. The guy on the bridge is a 5. Maybe I'll do the guy on the bridge. There's one hiding in the trees. There are several hiding in the trees. Also, there's a lot of trees for them to hide in. Nothing hiding back here, though. So these small islands are, in fact, unpopulated. think I don't see you. All right, yeah, let's hit that 5 and then move on. That sounds good. Oh boy. Mismatch and windows. Okay. This one at least needs to move on. These are all separate. Interesting. Very interesting. Mismatch here is wild. This needs to connect here. This likewise needs to grab this circle. This now can only grab this circle. Which means this can only grab this circle. And this, both of these can grab either of these. But if they do, they lock out the other one. So this needs to grab this, and this needs to grab that. Which means this is connected here, and this is connected here. And now we figure out how to make each of these short eyes into something that doesn't match all of the other shapes. Okay, okay. One of them can still be a short eye. Let's remember that, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different shapes. Okay. Well, this one can either turn it into a regular eye or the LJ. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that lets us make... We can have it one of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then we need an L and a long I. We can also have a T. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we need to go into the 5s. Because everything is starting from this 3 base. Why can't I have a T? Oh, none of them actually arrange in a way that I can have a T. That's a good point. None of them have the middles in a way that's connected. All right, no T's, no T's. Likewise, no buckets. Likewise, no square. We can have an elbow. We can have a long I. No F's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, Inkling, how's it going? We can have long L. We can have the 5T if we do it here exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I still need one more shape. Here, we could have whatever this thing is. So that would mean this exactly, this exactly. We have an elbow. We have an L. Oh. We have a long L. We have an I. This actually needs to connect there. Oh. No, this needs to do that. We have the short one here. The 3, 2 4s, the rest is 5s, and you run out of space. Yeah, right? Maybe this has to be the long I? Let's do some rewinding. I think this needs to be exactly this T. Because I think there's no other way to get a T. Which means either this is the short I or this is the short I. But none of the rest can be short I's. And that means this has to come out to here. Which means this has to be, I think, the L here, the short I, the I here. This can be the long I, the long 5. This can be the long J. This can be a Z. No. That's one more space. Maybe this has to be the long one, and then this can't? So we have this one taken. We've gotten this one. We've gotten the short I. We've gotten the L. We've gotten the I probably. So we still need an elbow, and then a long I, and a long L, and a T. What can be an elbow here? Exactly this one. So this needs to be that needs to be that, and that. Nailed it! I missed that long Z was possible. Long Z was possible, so we don't end up having this. We have long Z instead. Yo, that took a bit of work! That took a bit of work. I like that one. Heck yeah. Alright. I got what I wanted out of that region. $37? Heavens to Betsy. Do I see 14 more puzzles that are part of this region? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I don't think this is part of this region, is it? It sure is not. This is Solitude. Precision 6 means this has to go exactly like that. This now has to be separate from here. 5, 6. This we already know needs to do that. Cannot connect there. This has to take that. So this can go here. 4, 5, 6. Excellent. Not needing to worry about mismatch is such a gift. Mismatch is a stressful puzzle solve. This is so much easier. I would much rather do Solitude. Give me more Solitude puzzles, please. I think I am leaving the mismatch section of the woods and moving on to literally anything else. Oh, okay. This can't connect. This has to come out here. This has to come out here. That is 6 exactly. Has to come out that way. That is 6 exactly. 5. Extend. 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 This now has to go there to be 6. So that's 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Amused by the idea of the puzzle that's this without Solitude. The last one? Yeah. Just all of the 6s right next to each other, just like, yeah, this is one big 6. And everything else is whatever it wants to be. That has to be there, that has to be there, and this is that. Okay. You have to be separate. That's fine. You cannot do that because that breaks this. You have to go up, which means you have to take this space. This has to grab a symbol somehow, so it's that symbol. And now we have a Z, and an L. No! Be sealed off from each other. Do the thing correctly. Hey, look, it's a little bear. Tiny bear in a tiny cave. Solitude means this has to be this. And can't connect to there. This now has to be separate from this. And needs a thing. Also, this has to be separate from that. But might be part of this. You never know. If this looks like this, regardless, there's going to be a section that needs to be not a part of this. Like this, I think, makes that harder because of this. So we'll try it like this, which means this connects to here, and then this connects everywhere else. Fantastic. Does kind of look like a little bear face, maybe. Grab the hidden puzzle. Solitude and mingle shape. Also area numbers, also palisades. Solitude means that everything that's not a 2 is contained within this thing. This has to go everywhere. So the 2s have to take up the opposite sides of this thing, which means it has to be like this. And also, none of the 2s can be next to each other. So this 2 can't go down or left or right. It has to go exactly up. This can't go left or up now. Has to go exactly down. This can go either of these 2 directions. But if it goes down, it seals this off, which it can't do. So it has to go this way. This can't go right or down or up. So it has to go left. This can't seal this space off. So it has to go this way. No, no, no. Has to go this way. Can't seal the space off. Has to go this way. And everything else is part of the tube. Fantastic. Yes, everything that is not part of the 2 is part of the other 2. But this is our big boy capstone puzzle. But I can only unlock this if I silver the place. So I guess we're silvering the place. Yes, I am calling the unconnected line palisade a tube, as opposed to a 2. This is interesting. So this can't connect to this one. Obviously, none of the polyominoes can connect to the buckets, and the buckets can't connect to each other. Oh, okay. So this can be here. Can be... Nope, can't be here. So I think has to be exactly that. Which means that connects that way. This goes up. That connects that way. For this to be a Z, needs to do that. And then this can be a 4 like that, and give this bucket the rest of the space. A lonely island. Restore the solitude window. Alright, but there's more work to do here. Solitude. Interesting. How do I connect this? Can I do it this way? They can't both connect this way, right? Because that would mean they have to connect. So one of these minimum needs to be vertical, such that it occupies the space to the left of this, or the right of this, so that this has to be vertical. Which means both of these have to be vertical. Okay. This has to be part of not this. Likewise, this one. Actually, these have to be 3 separate regions. Here. So, like, this actually needs to come in all the way to grab that. And then this needs to cut across here. And that means this needs to come all the way around here. Right, forgot about that. And then this needs to grab this also. Very cool. This cannot mismatch. How dare you? I thought I left mismatch alone. Okay, so this cannot seal off this because solitude. So this has to be my 2, which means none of the other buckets can connect to each other. This can be all one region and then connect to a bucket. But it can also be 2 separate regions that then connect to buckets. Both of these could be up, is the point. And with mismatch, they probably have to both be up, so as to not leave too many buckets pointed into this area. Oh, there is no 1. 1 is not allowed because everything is a bucket. Interesting. So we can assume, well, we're going to assume, that this is like this. One of these has to go left. They cannot both go left. So one of these has to go left and be the elbow. So the elbow is now accounted for as well. If this goes up, it can't connect to this space. If this goes right, it's either an elbow or illegal. So this has to go left, which means that connects here, which is a problem. This now, yeah, one of these needs to go out. So I think this needs to be a Z. And this can be the elbow, and this can be an I? Short I? Heck yeah. Cool. Oh, it's puzzle number 1. We found the first puzzle. That's great. I thought I had already done the first puzzle, but apparently I was wrong. This is the first puzzle. Puzzle number 1. Ooh, these unlock new rules. Do we want to unlock new rules? Do we want to go to new places? Do we want to explore? Maybe. Sure. What else you got, game? Non-boxy. No regions are rectangular. Okay, well, that's a rectangle. Right? So that's illegal? That's a rectangle. I think I know what a rectangle looks like at this point. That is not a rectangle, but it can't grab this space, so that's it. This has to come out to here. And then that has to be its own separate thing. Okay. I am willing to learn more about non-boxy regions. Bonk. Bonk. Great. Okay. This has to be separate. Must come out at least that way. This has to be separate. This has to be separate. Must come out at least that way. Which means this has to take the rest of this. This has to come out. This has to come out. And then do something. Something different from the thing that it has already done. This can't take this, so this is a separate region. Which has to be separate. Yep. So now this can't connect there, so it has to go up. Which I think means it has to connect to here. And this can grab those. Oh, this is tricksy. This is a tricksy puzzle type. Okay, these can't be the same. This is 4. So this is 3. It needs to be 4. This is 4. It needs to be 3. And then this is a separate region. The rule in English is actually called non-box. I mean, I'm looking at it. I can see that. In German, it's concave. Really? Interesting. Concave as opposed to convex? Like, why that word specifically? Precision and non-boxy, which means every region is an elbow. Okay, you got me. Every region is an elbow. Let's do elbows. Let's go elbows. Just draw a bunch of elbows until it works. Look at the work they have to do just to make a shape bank rule. Oh boy. Okay, non-boxy 3 is an elbow. Non-boxy 4 at this point is an L. 1, 2, 3. This can do almost anything it wants here. That has to not touch the 7. 5. 6. Can this just do... I mean, this, in theory, there's a unique solution to this puzzle. Oh, but I can't make any 1s anywhere. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which doesn't work. Because the 7 needs to come out to here or here. Okay. Okay. So 1, 2, these... Oh, these need to be part of the 7 because I can't make a rectangular region there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this needs to go there. 4, 5, and then whatever. It can't go down because then these aren't part of a region, so it needs to go here. Yes. An implied minimum 3. Correct. So now this needs to be up to here, which is a problem. Playtested this game? Cool, cool. Wait, does that mean that you have input to the devs? Because I have some minor complaints. I do enjoy this game. I really enjoy this game. I have been having a very good time with it. How do I get this stuff to be not a rectangular region, given what what everything else needs to do up here? Could do something like that. Then I have a different 5 here, but now this is a rectangle. Join the Discord? That's a fair point. That's probably a better way to do that. But it's so much easier for me to just talk and have somebody else take notes. But okay, yes, I'll join the Discord and I'll put stuff into the suggestion channel. That seems fair. I don't like what's happening here. Specifically, I don't like what's happening here. Which makes me wonder if maybe I have screwed this up, because this is seeming real hard for a 2. Alright, this 3 cannot be part of the 4. And if it is not a box, it must be an elbow. This 4 cannot be part of the 5. And if it's not a box, it must be an L. This 5 cannot be part of the 4 or part of the 6, so it has to come out to here. The 6 and the 7 can't be connected to each other. And for this to not be a box, it needs to come up to the 7. Oh, the 2 5s touch. That makes everything easier. Okay. So everything else is fine as long as the 2 5s are touching. Fantastic. All right. Non-boxy has been unlocked. What else you got for me? Oh. You know what? I really should have expected that. I absolutely should have expected that. That makes a lot of sense. Boxy and precision 3 means everything is an I. So for this to be an I here, we need to have that. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Boxy area numbers. Okay, so that's fine, which means that's like that, and that has to come out this way, which means it comes out like that. 6 can do a lot of different things. But the most likely is this. Then we can have that and the 4 and the 2, and this can be its own one. Nice, 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 nice. Boxy 6. Okay. So that can be like this. Or that. Or I guess 6 straight. That's it. It can be 2x3 or 6x1. Factors. Factors make boxes. Okay. Since this cannot be 6x1, it has to be a 2x3. Which has to be that one. This also, here, has to be 2x3. So that's a 2x3. This has to be a part of a 6 then. This has to be a part of a 6. This is a 2x3. And now we have options. And by options, I mean a straight 6 and 2 2x3s. Boxy mismatch? Heck. All regions must have different shapes. All right. Three, 4, 3, 4, 1, 2, 2, 5, 2, 5, 4, 3, 1. Yep. Okay. Got a little guy hiding in the castle. I love that for you. Mismatch and non-boxy. All right, well, my elbow is taken, which is going to be a bit of a problem. And each of these needs to contain at least 2 shapes because of the central wall. No, I'm never escaping mismatch. Hard life. And they can't be 1s or 2s. And they cannot be 3s at this point. So everything is minimum of 4. That could be like that and that. If this is a 4, it could be that, and then take the rest of the space. This could be an L? No, I've used L up here. But this could be... Oh, no. This could be the T instead. And then that could be the F. And that lets me use the L and the Z down here. But this feels like it needs to be an L, doesn't it? No, this could be actually long Z. Tall L. Bang. The German names of the rules prevent that from happening to you? Yeah, Mismatch and Mingle Shape is interesting, because Mingle Shape is the lesser version of Mismatch. Mismatch is just Mingle Shape plus. Well, let's clear this window and see what happens. Oh. Okay, okay. So this needs to be at least this. And this needs to be at least this. But one of these two is maybe more. This is interesting. And this is interesting. So we're starting off like this. This could do this. And then we have to have the same Z shape here. But a Z here that touches all of the spaces it needs to touch rules things out. That can't extend here, because then this is too big. Which makes me think maybe this is the elbow. Because then I could just do elbow, 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 and it's fine. Right? No problems. Then this is the elbow. And then something is going on over here. I guess this doesn't need to be an elbow. But this can't be a thing that fills out all that space like this. Whatever this is, it can't go out like that, right? But depending on the shape... This goes long, right? 3? No. I think this does need to be exactly Z and elbow. Which means no matter what, this connects to there. Like, I don't think there's any other shape that can make this not connect to this location, given the way that this is constrained. And if this is Z, both of these need to be Zs, although they can be different Zs. But now they can't be different Zs because this needs to be a Z. So yeah, this needs to be elbow, and this needs to be Z. Which means this is an elbow. Oh, then this gets to be the 5. Like that. Or like that. But like that is definitely easier for the long term. And then this can be a 4. And then this can be the 5. And then this can be whatever it wants as long as it's not... As long as it's not a box. As long as it's not a box. Cool. Oh boy. Non-boxy here requires at minimum this T. But this cannot be this cannot be a T exactly. So something else needs to happen here. Interesting kind of unboxing video. This can't go up. And this cannot just be a T. So it has to go out that way. This could connect here that way. And then this does that. And then this needs to connect there. But if it's a 5, that makes this more convenient. And then this can be that. And then this can be whatever. Nice. Oh. Precision 4. Oh, I see. I see. I begin to see. precision 4. So everything has to be an S, a T, or an L. Because O's and I's are boxes. So, for this to be part of an S, a T, or an L, S seals off a space. T allows this space to be part of that. And L seals off spaces because then this would have to be an I. Okay, so this has to be the T. Locked in. This connects there and there, which means it has to be an L. This connects out, could be part of this. We could have another T here. Then this could be a Z. And then if this is an L and this is an L, that's illegal. So if this is an L and this is an L, that's also illegal. So let's back up a little bit here. What if this is an L? That's a problem. If this is... Why is this a problem? Is everything here a problem? Oh, this could be an L this way, and then this could be a T. There we go. I just had to remember that different arrangements of the shape exist. And they do. So that's great. Huh! Okay. That doesn't touch. Those don't touch. That doesn't touch. What else does this do for me? This has to touch this. And then either be an S or an L. Let's work with that later. This has to come out here. This can grab one of these squares. So this could actually go up like that. Otherwise, it's filling out this interior. And being a T or an L, for that matter. There's a lot of possibilities here. This has to be... This has to connect with this. Rose windows always seem to go fast for you. Yeah, rose windows are pretty good. I like this puzzle type because it requires you to think in particular ways. Yeah, these have to connect, so either an S or an L, but something. These two are taken. These two are spoken for. So this has to find a circle to connect with, and the only one it can connect with, I think, is that one. So that is exactly this. Which means this needs to come out here, and the only place this can go is here. If this is an S or an L, now it seals off some space, so that's not allowed, so that has to be like that. Alright. That's a good start. I like this start. Feels like a good start. Feels like we have to have an S here. Or I guess this could be like a T, maybe? Or... T... I do worry about sealing off some space, though. So, like, this T can't work, because then this doesn't connect to anything and cannot be part of a 4. So it feels like it has to be like this, and then like this, and then we do that, And then we do that. And then we just make some stuff up and it works. Yeah, we just make some stuff up and it works. I love it. I love it. Okay. You could be a T. You could be a Z. Be an L. There's all kinds of things you could be over here. There's nowhere else that feels like it needs to connect to another thing. We have to avoid these obvious O's is the other thing. But that could be like this, or it could be this. There's a lot of options in terms of how those O's are spread out. We do have to go around this corner in some way, right? This is illegal. So this can't connect down to there and needs to go out at least that far. But that could be an L this way, or it could be an L that way. So not really a guarantee either way. If it connects here, these two need to go out like that. If it doesn't connect here, then I have 4. Oh, this could also just be an L like that. I missed this one. This could be this way. This, though, I think is illegal. Because this needs to connect to things, and it can't seal off a thing. So minimum this connects here. And maybe grabs another one. But that means this and this is separate. And this has to come out to here. And maybe grab this or not. Now, this cannot not take this. So, this, let's say this has to take this. Because if it doesn't, then I'm stuck with the same thing as before. So this has to come out and take this. And it has to grab one of these. Which has to be like that. And now once again, I have a block, I have an O that needs to be grabbed externally at least once. So like that. Can grab this last space. Cannot grab this space. So this is a separate thing, which needs to come out to here. Cannot grab this, so this now needs to go there, which means it needs to go up, which means that, and that. And we have a curve here. And then draw the rest of the owl. Love it. No regions are rectangular. Okay, this and this match up. These are two separate regions that are mirrored. And this has to come out to here at least. Likewise, this has to come out to here at least. But can be different. And can't touch these. And no region can be single box. Minimum elbow. I Have No Name told you during playtest that the preference for Delta or Gemini versus Rose windows was basically split down the middle with no in between. Huh. Yeah, I think I have a better internal grokking of Rose windows than Delta Gemini. Delta Gemini is interesting, but it leaves you so open in terms of what different shapes you can make. So I find that extra decision space kind of paralyzing, whereas Rose Windows really kind of boxes you in a lot of different ways and gives you less options to choose from. So this just has to be different from this, which is pretty easy to do. Doesn't necessarily need to grab these spaces, but seems like that's the easiest way to handle it. And then this, I think, needs to do something like this in order to become mirrorable. But this can't be a box like that. But this can't grab this. Can't be a 4. I mean, I guess I could do that, except I can't. If I do that, I can do that, except again, I can't. So no matter what happens, this has to have a 4 somewhere. And this has to come out that way. So the 4 is either here or here. If the 4 is here, that screws up the delta. So the 4 has to be here. But then how does this get handled? Because this now can't grab those, otherwise this is unfair. Maybe this takes the 4 that way. And then this can grab this with no problems. But that leaves this ungrabbed. And the Gemini can't grab it. Where else can the 4 be? Not the Gemini, Delta. The Delta. Here. Like, I want this to be able to grab that, but this can't extend like that. I still like this. But we have to find the right place for the 4. And now it's like it has to be like this in order for that to work, which like doesn't work. I mean, it can, we could do that. But now this is trapped as being a box. Lots of problems. All right, the 4 cannot be just here. The 4 cannot be just here, because then the delta's screwed. Oh, you could be part of the delta, though. So maybe the 4 can be here, as long as it grabs the delta? Let's see. What does it take for you to be able to grab the delta here? Takes that. Linux desktop was struggling with the overworld in the demo. That's fair. Yeah, the game is very pretty, but that does come with, you know, certain requirements in terms of what you need to be able to do in order to run the game. Where is your 4? Which game? This game. Can't be 4 here. Can it be 4 here? Maybe. Four is pretty restricted though. Yeah, and it can't be 4 here or here, which would be the easy ways to do it. Oh, you know what? It could be 5 though. No, it can't be 5. If it's 5, then they touch each other, which is terrible news. No, DEG and Tiling Forest are both games that I'm going to just play on release without having played the demos. Like, I know I'm just going to play them on release. When they come out, I am going to play them. So I don't feel the need to play the demos. I understand that Tiling Forest is separate from what's going to be in Tiling Town. So there is some reason to potentially play the demo separately. But, there's not a lot of reason for me to. My understanding is the content in Tiling Forest is going to be included in Tiling Town anyway. Like, as a separate sort of mini-world or whatever. And DEG, I don't know what the relationship between the demo and the full game is, but, like, if I'm going to play it on release, I might as well just play it on release. And I have already been convinced to play it on release. If this grabs that, then this has to connect there, and they can't both Delta and Gemini. Which leaves me wondering where my 4 is. If it's here... There is no room to go anywhere else with this or this. But this can be its own shape. And this can be its own shape. But now I'm stuck here. I guess they could be their own shapes that way. And then this is covered? Wow, that took a lot of effort to realize that actually this could just not be up here. God. This is the problem with Delta and Gemini, is it's too open. Non-boxy and polyomino. Okay, this cannot include an H against the wall. So it has to be something like this. Or the same thing going the other way. As long as, like, it'd be like this, right? Something like that. And then this, likewise, can't have this 2 block here against the wall. So this needs, I guess, like that, maybe? Except that extends... Hello? Did I do it wrong? Ah. That extends too deep into the territory this needs, because this needs exactly these 3 spots. Here, here, here. Well, it needs definitely these 2 spots. Oh, no, it definitely needs this spot, too. Okay, okay. Yeah, so this spot needs to be taken by here. So this cannot cover this spot. Which means we're looking at 3-1. And that means that it needs to cover like this so that this and this can be its own regions. There we go. Nice. Nice. Felt like I've been doing so many Solitude and similar, my brain bounced off the idea I could just have a region with no symbols associated. Oh, maybe. Yeah. That's potential. Do I put out YouTube vids as well? Not exactly. I have like, I dump my VODs onto a YouTube channel. So I have like YouTube at Jim the Eternal. But it's not edited content. Maybe eventually I'll do like edited content for YouTube, but right now it's just VOD storage. So if you're interested in being able to catch my VODs, then feel free, you know, happy to have that extra sub. Doesn't cost me anything, doesn't cost you anything. I guess I should put that for all of the socials and connections that I have right now. Although Twitter is some garbage. I do want to eventually put out like full-on edited for YouTube content, like reasonable content for YouTube, but it's a lot of effort that I haven't done before and is difficult to create a workflow that is sustainable for me. So maybe someday, but not today. Outside the box! I restored the non-boxy window. We did it. Does that unlock any new content? Not yet. I suspect I need to restore all of these windows. Oh, this is a window for a region I haven't even started on. How do I get into that region? From here, maybe? Okay. And this is partial completion that comes from here. Oh, because I didn't make my way into this region of the forest. Okay, well, let's do that then. Area numbers. I love area numbers. 6. Not necessarily. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, not that one. Not that one. Yep. 7. Cannot grab this. Probably wants that. 7. Cannot grab that. Probably want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7? Oh, the 7s just need to be part of the same 7 because there's not enough room otherwise. It's weird that I needed to seal that off. There we go. Not sure this area affects that frame. Might have just missed. I might have. Yeah, that's fair. But this is unlocked now. So this is... No, this is this frame. This is this window. Oh, I see what happened. You could have just not... You could have just not. But okay, yes, Mark Mages, it happened. Alright, let's continue doing area numbers. I like area numbers. Area numbers are something I am familiar with. Alright, the 6. How much room does the 6 have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, according to Picross rules, it needs to cover at least this much. Right? 3 either way, yes. This 4 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There? Yes, at least there. Five needs to go at least there. The 6 is now a lot more restricted. This 2 is exactly that. This 3 needs to get up there then. 5 is now a little bit more restricted. And what are the rest of you doing? Nothing at all. Is this easier than it looks? Like, do I just need to take all of the space? Is that what's going on? Yes, I just need to take all of the space. There was exactly enough space, and I needed to take all of it. Okay, that makes more sense. Was, in fact, easier than it looked. Once again, all of the space is required. I'm just going to do the math at the start so I know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 36, 6, 12, 14, 16, 17, 23, 26, 28, 33. So no, I do not need to take all of the space. Six, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I miscount? I mean, I solved the puzzle, so whether or not I miscounted, but I feel like I must have miscounted. What did I do wrong? 28 plus 5, 26. Did 12, 14, 16, 22, 25, 27, 30. I did miscount. All right. Eh? Excuse me? Ah, this has to take this. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I must have missed a 2 or something. So just not counted a 2. 26. Okay. Which means this belongs to that. As does this. As does this. So this has to come up here. There. And this has to be the other puzzle. The other thing. So this goes up here. This has to belong there. This can't go left. Has to go right. Excuse me? Three, 4, 5, 6. I take it back. Yeah. So this can't touch. Can't touch. Can't touch. What's 26 times 2? It's more than 36, as it turns out. Can't touch there. Has to connect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Wrong button. All right, all the little ones need to be blue. Much better. Wait. There we go. Much better. Okay. That's some things. Do they need to connect? Can they connect? Six, seven, eight. Problems. 9. 9, 10. I think this has to happen. Yeah. Okay. And then, so this 6 needs to grab both of these. And then everything else can be part of the 8. No? Except that one? Everything else can be part of the 8 except that one? Rude? Eh. 3. Area number, Delta Gemini. Sure. 3. 3. 4. This needs to be the same as this 4, so it can't be part of this 3. Alright, which means it's that. This needs to be different from the 3, which can be a 1 or a 2. So this doesn't necessarily need to connect there yet. This needs to be the elbow, though, which means this does actually need to connect. This needs to be not an L. Doesn't even need to be connected to the 4, actually. This can go up, can go left. Oh, but the 4 can't be here. He was informed the last puzzle was a 9 instead of an 8 at one point. Oh, sure, sure. Which means this needs to be a 3 just like this is. So that's going to be an I. Short I. And then for this to be a 4, it needs to grab that. And it can't touch there, otherwise it's broke. So, love it. 10 and 10, and they can't be part of the same 10. All right, now they have to be separate. Now they have to be separate. We figured it out. Let's assume that goes there, so then this goes here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The area. It sure is. Okay, that did unlock this section. That's what I thought it was going to do. Minimum. Oh, we got minimums today. All right. So minimum 3 here, minimum 3 here. This can't connect to that. So this has to go here. This is also part of a minimum, so this has to connect. Now this can't connect here, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 somewhere. Where is this 4 going? Could be here. Must be there because it can't reach there. Now this 5 needs those. There we go. Okay. All right. Minimum 4. More is allowed. This cannot be here because it can't seal this off. And it cannot be here because it can't seal this off. So it's got to go down. It can't go right, so it's got to go left. And if it's going left, it can't go up, so it's got to go down. Whoa! Whoa, okay. I wasn't expecting it to solve. I was like, okay, and then I gotta figure out how to divide this one so that it's minimum 4 and all that. No, you don't. It's just, you could just be like 26. It could be everything. Great. Maximum 6. Oh, Oh, we're going the other way now. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 is the maximum, so it's got to grab this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 is the maximum. This can't go up, so it's grabbing that. But 3 is allowed. 4, 5. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Where can this go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It can't go to there, so it's got to go to here. Nice. Range 2 and 3. All right, that's a 3. That's a 3. That's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 2. That's a 2. Just be right. Just be correct. Just be accurate. It's easy. This can be a 5, so this can be a 6. Ugh. This could be a 3 here and a 4 there, which allows another 3 here. That's a 4. That's a 3. That's a 4. No, it's not. That is. Okay. All right, I'm on board. And I still haven't started on this region, which is necessary in order to make my way into whatever this area is. Presumably. Castle. Yeah, the way this game does, like, connections is really interesting. Also, with the sheer number of rules available to this game, it's quite possible that this game could make a real good randomizer. I guess you'd have to have some sort of puzzle randomization the same way that the Witness does. But this could be a really good Witness-esque randomizer. Always thinking about whether or not the game I play could be a good randomizer. That's like the first thing I think of. Well, not the first thing, but like it's always seems to be a thing that I reference constantly. All right, what are we doing here? Are we solving more of these? Which window are we working on? Now that I have opened this space up. Might as well just continue working on this same window. Range 2 and 3. Oh boy. This is a 5. Okay. So it's either 3 and 2 or 3 and 2, but something here. This, I guess if that's, I guess it could be 2 and then an elbow. And then this doesn't matter. So that seems unlikely. So it's probably 3, which means that's like that. Based on meta knowledge. And then this is either 3 and 3 or 3 2s. This is the same. Can't be an elbow, so it has to be a 2. Which means this has to be that. Which means this has to be 2 and 2. Which means this has to be an elbow? Done something wrong. Start this over. This has to be at least a 2. For this to be a 3, it has to be an elbow. Oh, very much a Blueprints enjoyer. Absolutely, Hippo. That game, by the way, is on the short list for me to put together actual edited content, which is made more difficult because I have something like 150 hours of Blueprints VODs to go through to edit down if I am actually going to edit that down into real YouTube content. For this to be a 3, it has to be an elbow. So this has to be a 2 so that this can match. Which means this has to be a 3. Which means this has to be that 3 exactly. This is now 4, which needs to be 2 and 2. So this cannot be a 2 and cannot be a short I. So it must be an elbow, which needs to be an elbow that way. This is now 4, which needs to be 2 and 2. So this needs to be a 3 and a 2. There we go. That's what I missed. Elbow needed to be in the right range. Oh yeah, absolutely, Hippo. That was definitely my experience. And I'm now at the point where I could pursue the family core, or I could allow the game to end. Since the game has given me conveniently a thing that says that the end is maybe here if I want it to be. And I haven't decided if I'm gonna stream any more of it, or if I'm gonna do it offline, or if I'm just gonna look it up. But I have been enjoying playing Dare Mode and Curse Mode, so there, at minimum, is some more streamable Blueprints content, regardless of what I decide to do in terms of the overarching puzzle. Oh dear. Minimum 4. So I can't do this, because this is a 3 now. But this can be 1, 2... this could be like 1, 2, 3, 4, like this. And then this can be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. No, it can't. This can be the tail end, though. 1, 2. No, it can't. I have been deceived. Wait, 1, 2, then up, and then 4 that way. There's a wall in the way. Why is there a wall in the way? Might still have some wild surprises left. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. I have made it through the first of the Blue Holly doors, Hippo Stabber, and done not a whole lot else past that. Alright, what if... This still feels like it's correct. But then this would need to do like that. Oh, this doesn't necessarily... No. This needs to be included because a minimum 4, right? Minimum 4 here. Oh, I guess... No, this would need to go down that way. Yeah, so this doesn't work either. Which means, what do we have? This could be 1, 2 down over 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, but then it needs to go that way. All right, this needs to be one of the corners, right? And if it can't be that corner, and also it can't be this corner, then the number of corners remaining are pretty limited. Wait, actually impossible. Okay, so it has to be this corner. Like, this absolutely has to be where it is. Because there's no other corners that fit in the corner. Two, 3, yeah. There's no other corners that fit in the corner. I guess I could flip it. So it could be like this. Ah, yep. In fact, it could. There we go. Much better. Forgot that I could mirror the regions. Thanks, Polyominoes. Thaliominoes. Minimum 4. Okay. Oh, no. Okay. I see. This has to be here. Which means this can't be here like that. Too bad. Can this be here? Yes, this is legal. As is this now. This cannot be like that. So must go not like that, like that. Yeah. Perfect. Range 2 to 3. All right. This needs to connect there. This needs to connect there. 2 to 3. 3 to 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3 at least. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 at least. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3 at least. This cannot be a 3 here, because that seals 2 off. This can be a 4 here, but that seals 5 off. So this could be a 4 here. Could also be a 4, and then a 4, and then a 3. No. 3 to 4. So it's got to be like this. That needs to go there. And then 3, 3, 3. Does, in fact, fill out the rest. Excellent. Minimum 9, you say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5 times 7 is 35. Which can fit up to 3 9s? It can fit up to 3 9s. It can fit up to 3 9s. How do I get... Okay, so like this needs to be a part of this. And we can go around 9 here. Yeah. Okay, all right. Minimum 5. This needs to come there, so that's 5. Minimum 5 does not mean maximum 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So minimum 30. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 2, 6, 7. Minimum 30 in a 49 size grid. So there's actually a lot of room. How am I liking this game? I'm loving it. I am loving it. It's so good. It's everything I wanted from this kind of game. All right, but with this blocking things off here, these two have to come out through here. So maybe this takes exactly its 5 here because this needs to come out that way. And then these squares also need to escape somehow, so this needs to come up through here. And this needs to come up through here. This needs to hit 5. So it's probably there and there. So that grabs this. I've done something wrong. This hasn't connected yet. There we go. Concerned that the whole game would be too easy. No, it's been satisfying. There are definitely puzzles that are harder, and there are definitely rule sets that will probably not grok as easily as some of the rule sets that are in the demo. I haven't played the demo. I don't know what's in the demo. But there's a lot of different rules, and you will definitely find puzzles that force you to think in a way that doesn't come naturally, as well as puzzles of higher difficulty. But even the puzzles that are not like stumpers are still satisfying to solve a lot of the time. Like, there has been a lot of, you know, puzzles that are 2s and 3s that the way they connect logically one step to the next is really satisfying to put together, even if it's not necessarily like sitting there and staring at the screen and trying to figure out your next step. Minimum 12, you say? 12's a big number. All right. This and this can't be part of the same thing. So whatever this is, it needs to come out this way, avoiding that square as well. Which means this needs to come out like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 90. It's a lot of room, actually. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This can't go there. Might be able to go right, but definitely needs to go other places. The way this is separated makes me think I need to do it this way, although that's not a guarantee. If this goes around enough, this could connect to this. And then we could have something interesting happening here in the center. Minimum 12. 12's a big number. Not sure how I feel about these, like, random walls over here. I guess it implies that separate things need to happen like that. But there's a lot of room for them to grow, to flourish. Pretty easy for this to connect to that, though. Likewise here. Minimum 12. If this takes that, then it can only take one of these two. But it could take here and move over. This has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it takes that, it can't take that. So maybe it leaves that for this. Because I don't want to, like, seal it up either. That makes more sense to me. And then something needs to grab this that is neither of these two. that way, so that needs to come out that way. So this can't grab that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And this is now another thing that is separate, so that needs to come out here. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it can stop there if I wanted to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then this needs to be a thing that is separate from this, so it could be that. Easily. And if this is separate, then this needs to grab those. One, two, three. One of these two. I guess it has to be that and that, so that is another new thing here. I don't know how many more this needs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that doesn't need to be there. It's a lot of room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can't grab this. So this is yet another new one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Huh. This probably connects down to this, actually. And then this can connect to that. Because this is not enough room for all of these lanes. That's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Does that connect there? Sure. This isn't big enough. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Something has gone terribly wrong. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This one is oversized. Punishment for hubristic guessing. Yeah, probably. Seems fair. This is the only one that's oversized. But I'm not in a good position to take any of the spots that this is in for this lane. Yeah, I wish there was... that was a thing in Islands of Insight. You could, like, hold control over a region. It would show you the size of it. That is another thing I would love to have in this game. There are several pieces of quality of life that are missing from this game that I would love to have. So where can this steal an extra from the ones around it? That's something that's easy to change. I could just be like, I have a lot of freedom in terms of which colors are used. By default, it randoms, and then anything you click on, any new region you create, is going to be randomly between whatever 2 main colors it decides on and the 3 shades available to those colors. Mostly, it's random enough that you don't have to give it that much manual attention, and if things are too close, you can kind of click on it to cycle through some of the available colors, and that works a lot of the time for me. But some of them are kind of close, yeah. So if it, like, picks, you know, the 2 greens or something randomly, then that's potentially rough. Might have to start this one over. We might have done this wrong. You want it to automatically choose distinct colors 100% of the time. That's fair. That is a reasonable desire. Just because there are workarounds doesn't mean that you should have to work around it. I agree with that. All right, we're going to start again. Did something wrong. Unhappy with it. This has potentially 3 here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then I have to decide what's going on here. And since this needs to escape that way, I think it needs to cover that too. So this needs to cover that. And this going that way means it can't cover this, so this needs to cover that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Call it 12. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 6, 7, 8, 9. Call that 12. Maybe there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Something needs to grab this still. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 6. 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11. Problems. We've hit 11 again. And there's nowhere to go unless it doesn't grab this one. Which it doesn't need to. Like, that can grab. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Great. Great. Got there. Whew. Trixie. All right. I need, I think, to take a break. Probably should have done this about an hour ago, but need to take a break, need to refill water. So, we're going to do that. Oh, I restored the range window, which means we are unlocking a new mechanic. That's exciting. I am excited. But we'll check in on that after I've taken my break. All right, let's see what the new place looks like. Man, I think I am pretty heavily incentivized to actually silver every window because I want to do the big puzzles. I want to do whatever like 5, 6, or 7 the region has available for the puzzle type that it's displaying. But those only get unlocked in the second wave of unlocks for the region. I mean, there's probably still like a 5 floating around somewhere if I successfully pick at the various corners. Oh, I see. Maybe a thing here? Probably not, actually. Your stream froze? Oh, that's sorry. That's a miserable experience. But there's not always one of the more difficult puzzles available in the first wave of unlocks. I think there is always a more difficult puzzle available in the second wave of unlocks. So I'm somewhat incentivized to kind of push through each time. And then also, like, I just like the you know, numbers go up feel of getting gold on each window. This is the perennial fight between breadth first and depth first. Since I have to do a bunch of solves in order to get to the more difficult puzzles. But also, before I do that, new stuff comes unlocked and I want to check out the new stuff. Difficult. We'll check out the new stuff. We'll keep going here. Size separation. Ah, it's like mismatch. Or, the other one. The one that's not mismatch. Except for region sizes. So this now can't go down, is what I am hearing. And this now can't go up. Ah, which means these need to connect. Yep. Okay, alright. Tell me more. This 4 can't touch this 4, because here. And can't touch this 4, because here. So we go that way. And then this goes up, and that goes like that, and then that's like that, and then seal them off. Oh, I see. Okay, all right, that's fine. I got you. See what's happening here. Just draw the numbers. Easy. Always draw the numbers. Every day, the numbers. Oh, no, that does work. Ah, no, that doesn't work. Ah, that does work. Okay. There's a number, you draw the number. Easy. Kind of. Kind of easy. Because this can't be a 1 on its own. This has to be part of something bigger. And this can't be part of the 2. And it can't be a 2 on its own next to the 2, so it's got to be bigger. And this can't be part of the 3. And it can't be a 3 on its own, so it's got to be bigger. And it can't be part of the 4. And it can't be a 4 on its own, so it's got to be bigger. This is cute. This is cute. Same here, right? Can't be a 1. Can't be a 2. Can't be a 3. That might be where it ends. And then this goes somewhere. Maybe doesn't touch this. Oh dear. Because this is like that. Distressing. Because that's a problem, you see. That is indeed a problem. Oh, this is just joins, and then it's not a problem. Yeah, good. And that unlocks the whole rest of the region. Maybe touches this 5, unclear. I am constantly on the lookout here for ways to join numbers. If this doesn't join... No, this has to join. This can't touch there. This 4 can't touch here. So might go up and left. But then cannot go left again. Cannot touch either of these spaces. So it has to be that. Now this 4 can't touch either of these spaces. So it has to be that. That has to come out this way, which means those 2 have to touch. And now this can't touch that or that. Oh. That's going to be a problem. How do I resolve said problem? Because that's not going to work. Nor is that. Nor is that with the... Oh, because I just separate it. I just separate it. Then it's fine. Good. Good. I am constantly looking at things as like, well, it doesn't work. And then I just join them or separate them and then it works. It's way easier than it looks. Size separation, range 2 and 3. Okay, well, this is a 3, so it has to touch only 2s, and 2s can't touch each other. So this has to be the 2, and this has to be the 2. So this is a 3, this is a 3, these are 3s. These 3s have to touch. Which means it can't come here, has to go there. Likewise, can't extend that way, has to go this way. That's a problem, though. Because this can't touch either of the 3s. Concerning? This doesn't have to be a 2 like this, actually. This can be a 2 like this. There we go. Much better. This has to be a 2 like that. So this has to be a 3. This has to be a 2. This has to be a 3. That can't touch there, so that way. There we go. Ooh, this particular puzzle type, the size separation puzzle, keeps having me, like, trying a thing and then needing to, like, back out and come in again, just like a bad parking job. Oh, God. Shape bank. A 3 and 2 different 5s. Okay. Well, this is one of them 5s. So, this, and this all need to be elbows. This cannot touch either of those, so that needs to be an elbow like that. Which means this cannot come in that way, and needs to be an elbow here somehow. Likewise, here needs to come out here, which means it needs to touch that way. This cannot go up here, so it has to go this way, which means it has to join that. And this, I don't know what it's doing, but it's doing something. This now has to be a 5, as does this and this. So this is coming out and then joining here to be a 5. This has to be a 5. This has to be a 5. And this has to be a 5. You know, this is actually some incentive to use the different color palettes. Like, I could have all of the 3s be a yellow and all the 5s be a blue or whatever. Like, all the 3s could be this, like, lighter blue. And then all the 5s can be this purpley thing. I do colors that are less similar to each other, but that requires spreading out my hand longer on the number bar, which that's also like a mild inconvenience. This 3 now has to be exactly that. So for this 5, it cannot be the zigzag because it wouldn't fit here. So it has to be the F, which means it is exactly that. This has to be a 3, which means this has to be a 5, which sure looks like it needs to be a zigzag, which means we have a 3 there. This is a little disconcerting. Because I can't grab these. I wonder if I've screwed this up. Ah, there we go. That's a shape that actually fits here in a way that is legal. And then if this is a zigzag, that also seals some space off, so it's got to be like this, which makes a zigzag there. More Fs. Those have to connect. So these can't connect here. Which makes an F. And the final zigzag. Okay. Like, there's so many ways in which this could be more convenient, I think, is what I am landing on. Like, taking into account the stuff that people have been saying in chat, which, like, kind of didn't bug me until I thought about it, and now it's starting to bug me. As well as, like, my actual use case for it being a little bit awkward because all the same shades are next to each other, as opposed to just leaving it on random all of the time. Well, let's seal all the ones. This can't be a 1. Can be a 2 just like that. This can't be a 1. Can be a 2 like that. Can't be a 2 like that. Must be at least a 3. If this is a 2, this can't be a 2 up, so it has to be a 2 across. This can't be a 1. We'll figure that out later. It's probably this is just joining up with everything. This can't be a 1. This can't be a 2 now. Can't be a 3 now. Can't be a 4 now. But the 4 needs to come out. So at least that. This can't be to here a 3, because it would make this into a 1. That's what I wanted. Oh. Okay. Little guy hidden in the trees. Nice try, buddy. Okay, we got elbows, we got L's, and we got big elbows. I love that for me. This cannot be an... Oh, it can be an L. No, because then that would seal this off. So this is either an elbow or a big elbow, and it is sure not a big elbow. This is either an elbow or an L. Cannot be a big elbow, so again, either an elbow... Oh, no, no, no. Size separation. This must be an L. Likewise here. So this cannot be an L, must be a big elbow. This now cannot be either of these two, so must be an elbow. This needs to be big. This cannot be a big elbow. This can be not a big elbow. There's not enough room, so it needs to be a 3. Perfect. Perfect. Nice. Nice. Actually, this one came together pretty well. This one worked out with the size separation. Not mad about this one. The other ones I was mad about. That one I'm not mad about. Size separation, not my favorite mechanic, for the record. There are certainly mechanics I appreciate more. Different areas. So this 3 and this 3 can't touch each other. Interesting. This can't go up, so it has to be horizontal. Cannot be these 3, because it can't touch another 3, but can be all 3 of these, or can be out here. This cannot be out to here, so must be like that, which means this has to be like that. This now can't go up or left, so must go down. Cannot go right, so must go left. If this goes down, it's next to a 2, so this has to go up. This now has to go right. This cannot go up or left, so must go down that way. Now, if this goes down, it's next to a 2, so it has to go up. There we go. And then separate the 2s from the 3s. Yep. It's just like the offspring say. The kids aren't all right. I'm sure that's the song I was thinking of. Hang on. There was a 5 in this corner. You and me, we're going to have a chat. Range 3 to 4 and also mingle shape. So like area mismatch, except shape mismatch. Except it's not mismatch, it's mingle shape. 3 to 4, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Are any of these 6s? None of these are 6s. All of these are 7s. One of these 2 is a 4 versus a 3. Must have different shapes. So they can have the same area as long as they don't have the same shape. So like if this had to be like this, for example, which it doesn't necessarily. This would have to be the 4. Like, this could be a 3, but it'd have to be that 3. This is now neither of these, so maybe it's the 4. Oh. That would be illegal. Yeah, alright. I've just been kind of guessing the whole way and hoping. But there is definitely seems like it's more to it than that. Do I have any place that is confirmed? So this is also like this. Could be connected here. Let's see. So any place that has 2 corners, or 2 edges rather, that needs to come out like that. So somewhere this connects here. And this connects here in some way. These connect in some way. So those 2 tracks I just referenced are on different albums. Yeah, of course. That was the point. Thinks I don't know which albums Offspring songs are on. Just because I think there might be albums that don't exist doesn't mean I don't know which songs given which albums given songs are on. So these 2 shapes here are tricky. As is this one a little bit. As is this one a little bit. So we're starting off here, I think. Right? Because if this is an elbow, making this a T, neither of these can be elbows, which makes them required to be a 4 and a 4. Like that. Which means this can't be an elbow either. So we can't have an elbow here. It was never going to be an elbow there anyway. Can't have an elbow here. We can't have an elbow here. Can't have an I. Or a short I. We could have an L, but that would put an elbow here and there, which wouldn't work. So this would have to be... And there's no other 4 here that works. Like, it can't be a Z. It can't be a T. So I think this can't be an elbow. I think this has to be the T. Which leaves everything else completely flexible. What if this is an elbow? That means we have to have a Z here and a Z here. And an I there. This now can't touch a Z, so that has to be the L. This now can't touch an L. Also, this can't touch there. This means this has to extend. So now, can't have Z's anywhere. We have Z's over here if I want to, but I don't want Z's. Could have a T like that. We could have a Z here. Oh no, that's not gonna work because elbow. Maybe we have elbow and L? No. Can't have an elbow in either of these spaces. But I can have an I, which lets me have a T here. And then we can have an I and... No, can't have an L here. Can I have a Z and an elbow? Yes. Can I have an elbow and a T? No. So Z and an elbow. No elbow in any of these spots. But an L is okay. Whew. Came together. Nice. All right, let's keep working on the size separation mechanics. This 3 can't touch either of these spots because of the other 3. This 2 cannot go right or down. This cannot be a 1, so must be part of the 5. This 3 can't go up. Can go left. Must go down at least. This 4 cannot go down unless it connects, so must connect. These 5s can't connect? Something has gone wrong here. No, these 5s have to connect. Something has gone terribly wrong here. These 5s have to connect that way. What is the difference between this? Oh, can't go up. That's the difference. Bam. Got him. Oh, really? All right. Can't go either of those ways. Here. Separate. Can't go up. Now this can't go right either, so this can't go right. If this goes left, it's a 2, which is busted. Nice. I have finished the size matters window. Really, game. So I guess we got to go into here. Finish doing whatever it is we were doing here. What were we doing here? Boxy! Oh, yes, of course. Boxy is fascinating. All regions are rectangular. All right, well, start drawing rectangles until it works. Look, it's rectangles. Threes need to be like that. All regions are rectangular. Okay, so where do we find the region that needs to be in a particular setup? So this needs to grab this and can go bigger if it wants to. Ooh, this is actually more difficult than it looks. All right, let's do minimum size things until we find out why it doesn't work. I'm just going to draw boxes until we run out of boxes. And then extend a box. Great. What is happening here? There we are. Shape bank. All regions are rectangular. Oh, so everything needs to be an O. Because that's the only one of those shapes that are rectangles. Of course, the puzzle underneath the bridge is gonna be a troll. All regions are rectangular. And every region contains exactly one of the thing. This doesn't work. Because this needs to... Ooh, okay. Okay. Because this needs to grab the edges, right? And this needs to grab the edge here. That can extend. But now we need to grab the edges here. And every region needs to have one of the things in it. Okay. Well, this wasn't as easy as just draw all the things. Which is too bad. I was hoping. I guess the corners are the important part, right? The corner needs to be part of a box. So either like that, or like that, or like that. Right? So this needs to be part of a box. But if it's part of that box, this needs to be part of a box. So it needs to be like that. There we go. Found all the boxes. Oh. Boxy, Solitude, and Palisade. Alright, well this connects that way. That's a thing. 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 And if they need to be boxes, they need to be at least 3x3s. And we have created an irregular Sudoku. All right, and then just expand the boxes. Expand the boxes until it works. That doesn't work. That does, though. Neat. Oh, there's edges now. Okay. Singular edges. And also solitude. How do we start this? So each of these needs to be on an edge somehow, either horizontal or vertical. Do I have any obvious way of knowing which edge it needs to be on? We can just pretend. This doesn't work. That works, though. Yeah, just draw boxes till it works. 6s. Okay. This might be bigger. This is a corner. These are all corners. Interesting. now I am in a bit of a pickle. Because I can extend them anywhere except from the corner. The pre-resolved corner, right? Like, this can't go up. This can't go up. All right. So we have at least this. Is there any other corner that is required? Like, for this to be part of a box, it would have to be connected to here or here. One of these two. Which means, at minimum, we have this. For this to be part of a box, it can't connect to this one. It's got to connect to this one or this one. This needs to connect to here or here. Everything that's against the wall does need to connect up. Away from the wall. But that doesn't guarantee how far it connects. Or which direction it connects. What I want to do is maximize the space that each box can cover. But I don't know how real that is. Like, I think I'm still on this as a starting point. And then this needs to cover that. Which means this is covering this. This is like, we have to figure out where this gets covered. This being here is a problem. Because going down or going up is illegal. So maybe that doesn't cover like that. We can cover like that instead. That doesn't work. A lot of this is still guessing, as opposed to starting from, like, an actual thing. So how do I make the next set of connections? If this is down, then this needs to be a part of this. Right? Like, if I do this, then this needs to basically have line of sight on another box, on another corner, right? That goes down, then I need to cover that. I think I want this to go here then, to cover as much of this space as possible. We can send this up. Can go down as far as I want it to, honestly. But now this is a problem. Yeah, it makes sense that at difficulty 6, I'm not just going to be able to draw boxes till it works. I have to actually think about it. Figure out a way to determine what needs to be where. That is not just drawing boxes until it works. Okay, so everything needs to be at least 2. There is no singles, right? So this line has to be here, because otherwise it could cut off, right? So this line has to be here. Likewise, this line has to be here. So given that, this line I don't think can be here. Because if this goes down, that's a single. And if this goes up, there's no line of sight. So this line has to be here. And then it can't be down, so it has to be here. So we have at minimum that. This line can't be here, so it has to be here. Then I have to figure out how much of the remaining range can be covered in different ways. Like for this one. If this is interior, I guess if this is here, it can't go down right. It would have to go down left. Right? So if this goes down left, can cover out to here, or it can cover straight down to here. It can't go any more than 2 because of where this is, and it can't include it. Or it can't go left any more than 2. Like this one, if I did that, it has to stop here. So we're looking at like this range. Which I think doesn't work because of this. Like, I think I want this to go up and this to go down to kind of cut off this space. Right? So that could be like this. And then like this. And then this coming down here. And then this covering this space. And then this covering this space. And then this can cover here. Oh, it's so close. This is a problem, though. Because if this goes down, it can't make a wall here and have this go left. Likewise here, if I want this to go up, this has to cover that space. Something has to cover that space. given that this is already... I think this is required, actually. Given that this is required to be in this direction, I think it's required that this be yours instead of his. And then likewise, all of this space, I feel like is required to be purple. So then that can cover that, and that can cover that. And then this has to cover here. This has to cover here. This has to cover here. And I end up in exactly the same space I was in before? That's not ideal. I guess this could be like this, and then this could cover the rest of this space. But now we have this weird hole. If this goes down, if this goes right, it needs to come up to cover here. Maybe this can cover this space then, but now this is sealed off. So we'd need to do it that way, so that this can cover this, but no. This cannot go up left, is the problem here, because of the way this is sealed off. So now this has to be a part of something, and it's either this or this. Oh no, that is guaranteed. Likewise, this space has to be a part of something, and it's either this or this, so that's guaranteed, one way or another. And if it goes up, that blocks this off. Unless this goes all the way down. So I guess not. It can go either way still. Can this go up, and then this go right, and then this goes somewhere else? I don't think so. Because that leaves this territory. I mean, I guess that could be... If this goes up, it could extend to cover the next lane. If this goes up, it can't extend to cover the next lane, actually. I feel like this can't go up. I feel like this has to connect over here. Which means this has to connect over here. So this has to cover that. Maybe this connects like this? So that leaves a little bit more room here. But then what do I do with this? Here, I guess? That leaves this as a problem. So maybe this connects here, and this connects there. Unless there's a better way to get this. If this goes like this, this area is a problem. Like, I'd need to do that. And then this needs to do that. And then this can move to here. Whoa, I got it! There's a lot of trial and error. Jeez. I definitely did not have good internal metrics for what space things were supposed to cover. This was really tough to put together. Wow, hard one. Ah, I restored the boxy window. Fantastic. Which means we have opened up this next area? That's exciting. What do we know about this next area? This is another, like, capstone area, isn't it? So it's got all of the previous mechanics combined. Mismatch and area number. Nothing new, for sure. Mismatch is shapes. Interesting. So if this is this, this can't be this. Could be bigger. Oh, all regions. Ha ha ha. All regions. Well, this being part of a 3 means it has to be an I. Because there's nowhere, no other thing for it to do. So this has to have a bend in it, which means it has to be that. Likewise, this, there's no way for this to do anything besides be a full I. So this can't be an I, which means it has to do that. And this can't leave that. And also can't leave that. And also can't leave that? Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, no. What's up, Sean Wheels? Thank you for the raid. How y'all doing? You've arrived at a very oh, no time in my life. That is a massive raid. Wow. Wow. Thank you very much. Hello, Sean Wheels' community. I am Jim the... okay, yeah, we're gonna do the whole spiel. I am Jim the Eternal. I play variety. Right now, I am playing puzzle games because Artisans of Glimmith has absolutely taken over a decent amount of my life. This game is good. The game is quite good. But I do a lot of puzzle games. I do a lot of Metroidvanias. I do a lot of strategy games. Variety in general. But yeah, thank you very much for the raid. Were you also playing the Artisan of Glimmith? It seems the most likely. Or maybe you heard about me from somebody else, which is also a possibility. People have been spreading the word. So if this does this... You were playing? That seems like the kind of thing that people would do. I believe that. I believe that of you. How does this thing work then? That, like that. So guaranteed we have the eye, the 4i here. So this needs to have a curve in it somewhere, which I think this is the only way to do it. So maybe this does this? Oh, this totally does this. It was easy. It was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. How deep in are you, Sean Wheels? You're probably... I mean, I don't know that you're necessarily, like, past where I am, but I am here, wherever here is. I have unlocked some number of mechanics, and there are probably more mechanics to be unlocked. You're not to here. All right, fair enough. Completely fair. Well, thank you very much for the raid. And to everybody who showed up, thank you for being here. If you like puzzle games, strategy games, or Metroidvanias, I would certainly be happy to provide that content to you if you were to follow me and come back for a future stream. Of course, you have no requirements to do so. You are your own person. You can do whatever you like. But thank you for being here regardless. Are we going to see any, like, higher number puzzles out here? Yo, we found a 5? Absolutely. All right. This'll be... I was about to end my stream, and then you rated me with, like, 10x, 20x the viewers I usually get. So maybe I'll stick around and stream a little bit longer. But yeah, thank you. How does this connect to anything? Oh my god. This has to be... Can't be like that. That can't be anywhere else. Yeah, this has to be exactly that. What do we have? Mismatch, size, separation. Okay, so this can't be another 5. And the 5s can't touch each other. The 5s cannot touch each other. That's concerning. So this can't touch either of these spots. So we're looking at like this or this. Because this is illegal. And it can't go the other direction. So either here or here. One of the two. We'll have to figure that out later. This can't go up now, so it has to go down, and cannot go this way, so it has to go this way. That, at least, is easy to figure out. This now has to do that. And this must do that in order to avoid touching. So we have the 1, the elbow, the T. This cannot do that because of the 1, so this has to do that. And this can become not an elbow, but can become a 2 and a short eye. Heck yeah. Very clean. Oh, that came together a lot easier than I thought it was going to. Once you figure out any polyominoes, I guess the rest come together pretty easily. Oh, and then it has this, like, cool hourglass shape. Right on. Any more big numbers for me? Any more big number appreciators? Oh, what's down here? Some idiot. You're only a 3? Alright, well, I have to click you because I will not remember that you exist. Oh my god! Okay, let's fill in all of the Palisades. Or as many of the Palisades as I can remember. That is here and here. Which means this is connecting. Which means that does that. And connects. This seals off that way and not the other way, so this seals off that way and connects. Those don't connect. But this doesn't necessarily not connect, you know? How else do other things connect? This either goes left or right, which means that's there. So that's there, so this connects here. This is interesting. We gotta figure out where the 16s connect. Because some of the 16s connect for sure. I think it's probably 2 of the 16s touch each other. Like, there's a pair of 16s and a pair of 16s that touch each other. Probably. Regardless here, this is part of this. For sure. What does that mean? Can it be both? Cannot be both. So either this connects straight down to here, or connects to this corner. You'd think I'd have this figured out by now. Okay, where else can I draw lines then? Does this connect up? It might. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That feels pretty clean. Just connecting all the way up and across. Let's see if this works. That would mean a line here, and a line here. This either goes up or down, but definitely connects to here. This could be like this. Well, this needs to go somewhere, so it definitely connects to here. which means it either connects into here or connects up. The line is definitely not here, so it absolutely connects there. Did it connect to both? 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's definitely not. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this needs to be all sealed off here because this is exactly 16. So this is here, and this connects up like that, and that's a corner. I see. I need to draw the 16. That's what needs to happen. So this is there, that connects there, and then adds 1 and 2 more, and this seals off. Then all right? It is right. It just needed me to draw the last line. Wow, because I didn't click this thing. I'd believe that. I appreciate puzzles that make you draw the answer to the puzzle. That's fascinating. That one's cute. How many more of these am I going to take? Am I going to try and finish this window? I think maybe I'll finish this window and then call it for the night. And then, you know, all of these people who joined, if you figured out whether or not you want to hang out or not, by then, that doesn't seem like I'll have to wait too much longer for people to know what they want to do. All right, so let's do a couple more puzzles here and see where that takes me. Area numbers and palisades. Yep, that's a 1. This is also a 1. This is a 2 that goes like that. So that seals off here. This is a 3 that goes up and has to not connect. Oh, cool. We take those. Oh, right. This is a 1 next to a wall. I should have known that was... Ah, yeah, naturally. Huh! Okay. So that does that, which is a 3. That does that, which is not a 3, and needs to connect to something else. This goes up and needs a 3. If I do that, then this needs to be a corner. That works. What? Oh. That doesn't work. This needs to do that. Nope, that still doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? So this needs to connect to that. And it has to go down here. Oh, and down here because of the way walls work. I understand. I understand. Yes, of course. Naturally. That is exactly how that works. This needs to be a different thing from this. Maybe... No, this needs to go up at minimum. And maybe connects to here. Like it can. It doesn't have to. If it connects to here... No, I think it can't connect to here, actually. I think this is a 4, and this is a 4, and this is a 4. Sometimes you just draw the rest of the owl. New numbers and palisades fast. Okay. This cannot connect here, because this has to connect to too many additional tiles. So this connects this way. The 2 can't connect down anymore. And this has to connect to something. So it has to connect to that exactly. So that sounds like it connects there. Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. This is a fair number of 6s. All regions must have the same shape. Oh, also solitude. Okay. What shape region are we doing? Is it this one? I feel like it might be that one. I might be wrong. Surely it's not just... Yeah, no, there's no way. That doesn't work. I guess it could be like that. Solitude, huh? Nope. We already determined it can't just be a 2x3. Solitude means each region contains that symbol. So it could be like this. Does that work? That does work. Yeah. Very cool. That's a good one. Alright, well this connects everything. And this connects to everything. This connects to everything. This connects to everything. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So exactly one more here. And these need to not match. Well, this needs to be that 9. So this needs to be an extra one that doesn't match that. So it needs to be exactly that. Needs to not mirror. The castle gates! I have restored the castle entrance window, which uncaps this 5 here. That's exciting. Oh! It's just a lot of symbols, you see. Alright, well, let's give it a shot. Let's see how this goes. Boxy. Must you? Size separation. And then area number in Palisade. Sure. Not singular. This cannot touch that. Oh, I don't know that that was right. And it cannot touch that. Which means it can't extend. Okay, yeah, so that is exactly that. This connects there. I don't know which direction. It can't go left, so it must go up. Can't touch this 4. So if it goes any further, it goes to the right. Where does this go from here? So this 8 needs to be a boxy 8. So either vertical or horizontal. But it's these 4, and then either these 4 or these 4 is the only way to make 8 here. Size separation. Okay. So this 8 can't touch this other 8. So it can't go down to here. So it has to go across like that. And then this 8 is probably like that, because this needs to extend to 3 of its neighbors, and it can't touch this. So for this to be a 2x4, it has to go in this direction, and this can't go down to connect to that. Yeah, this has to be it, which means that. This now can't connect to this because it'll make it unboxy. This can't connect here because that'll make this unboxy. And this can't connect here because that'll make this unboxy. Also here, same deal. These have to close off like that. Which leads me to believe that this seals that way. But it could extend further to the left here. How are these 4s going to work? Ah, this 4 can do this and this 4 can do that. But then this 4 can't do that. Oh, but this 4 could do this. As long as we also do this, 2 and 3 to separate them. definitely seals off that way, and it can't touch this 4, so... This is going to have to be a 2, and I think it has to be a 2 here. And then this is a 3. That's fine. Is there any reason for this to be a 6 or an 8? No. Oh, can't be an 8. That's the reason. So that's already set. Cool. For this to be a 4, it can't be horizontal or vertical 4, so it needs to be an O. Unclear if it's going that way or that way. This cannot be a 1 next to a 1, so must extend down at least that far. This kind of feels like it just wants to go all the way across and take this 12. Because otherwise, yeah, I think it has to. I think it has to do exactly that. Which means this 4 is this. And all 3s are I's, so that is that. And this is either vertical or horizontal. Either of which are possibilities. This is interesting. Because if this goes 2 here... then we have 3, and this is either... I guess this could be the 1, and then this could be a 4? Like that? And then this has to be at least that much? This feels like it wants to do this. 2, 1, 4, 1, 2. 1 cannot be next to another 1, so the 3 has to go here. This could extend down still. That's not illegal. But this 3 cannot extend all the way over here, so it's either horizontal like this or vertical. This needs 12 still, so this has to be part of this 12. 4, 3 doesn't work. 3, 4, I think does, though. Heck yeah. And that is the end of the forest area. Cool. We've unlocked a whole new zone at this point. Fantastic. All right, cool. Well, at this point, I am about a half hour past my usual stream end time, so I think I do need to call it at this